Backseat.
Gets in your head, right? Good. Because every year, dozens of children are forgotten in the backseat of a car by a parent or caregiver. All never thought it could happen to them. But with changes in routines, distractions, or a sleeping child, it can happen to anyone. Parked cars get hot, fast, and can be deadly. So get it in your head.
Check the backseat.
A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover. It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
You know, Josh, it wasn't like she invented the move. I mean,
exactly.
Many people have done this, I'm told.
Exactly.
You would assume
but,
so.
You know,
Yeah.
recency bias. You know?
Recency bias.
Yeah, recency bias.
Yep, indeed.
Time for the crossover, powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. Just continuing an off-air conversation.
Yep, that's all.
Mm-hmm.
Many things were talked about.
Many
laughs.
things. Yeah, we
Many
went
laughs
to
were
a lot
had.
of different places. That was
Happy
like a
New
mini,
Year to the off-air conversation.
Yeah, that was a happy New
That would be fun.
And it touched on maybe 5 or
Maybe I
6
should
different
start-
subjects.
Maybe
We've
I should
had a
start
couple of
vlogging
those.
The off-air.
We've had a couple of those this year. Some Happy New Year
Off the air?
in-between shows.
It gave us a secret list.
That's true.
I didn't realize it was both. I just thought it was one or the other.
no,
I didn't
it was
realize-
always both.
Yeah.
Yeah, oh,
It
yeah.
was always both.
Yeah.
I
It
still
did
got
give
a,
us a secret
I
list.
got a chance.
I'm past due.
John's well past due.
What do we do if we all lose the secret
I was
list? Do we
being
reveal what
optimistic.
the secret was? Or
No, I don't think so.
No.
I don't think so,
You
Nick.
can figure
It
it
shall
out.
always be secret.
Yeah.
It's like the Kennedy assassination files. They'll be opened up in 60 years unless they decide, no, we're going to hold it off.
John-
Schedule a tweet for 60 years from now
Do it.
that says, here's what the secret list
Great
was.
idea.
you know what John is
got it.
saying right now, Josh? Keep it secret. Keep it safe.
Mm. Always keep your promises. If
I
you
saw
wanna
a
keep your friends.
headline.
I'm going to schedule a secret list tweet
Please do.
for December 10th, 2084.
Hell yes.
I will be a spry 96 years
You'll
young.
be cooked. You'll be fine.
Will we be dead? Will any of us be alive?
I don't know if any of us will be alive, but you'll still tweet.
Is Juan
There will be
Soto
Twitter.
gonna still be on the Mets?
Will there still be Twitter?
I don't know. Probably not.
All right,
But
I'm
I
going to make
can't-
sure before I type this out, I am going to schedule
Will
it
there
first.
be people?
You can only do up to 2026?
Oh, what the hell?
Well, I'm not tweeting this in
Oh, that
2026.
kind of takes
No.
away Jack's bit.
Yeah, I thought he had been doing stuff way into the future. Let me see if I can do it on TweetDeck, though.
I saw a headline last week that said somebody is claiming that they have
OJ. Here we go.
an OJ confession,
Yeah, I saw
a
this.
posthumous OJ confession,
Yeah.
Oh, really?
and it turned
I
out
forgot OJ was dead.
On TweetDeck, I
Yeah,
can only
OJ's
go to
dead.
2029.
Okay.
I don't know.
that's right.
Nah.
No, it's
I'll
too
still have a
close.
job by then.
That's probably still danger zone.
Yeah. All right. Well, no one will get to know. If you see me in 2084, is that what it was, right? 2084? Yeah, I'll tell you in 2084.
2084.
Come find me.
We'll tell
So
We
anyway,
might tell you. You could probably negotiate it down to about 2055.
Will we remember what it is?
come
by
up to
then?
me at a remote and I'll tell you what it was.
like tomorrow.
Yeah, seriously. Next time I'm at a remote, come up and find me. So
Josh will be one of the people in the audience of the old person's home, whoever the Oklahoma State coach is at that time.
nice.
Doing
I'll
his
be
coach's
there
show.
watching 2084
Watching Mike Gundy the third.
No, it'll be like Futurama. It's still Mike Gundy, but it's his head in a jar.
Mm.
As long as he's got that sweet, sweet mullet, that's all I care about.
Mhm.
So what's up with OJ? This is a rumor or is this true?
It was a rumor, but I think they found out that it wasn't a confession. I don't know how I saw the
Apparently,
headline.
there's like a former bodyguard or someone who knew the girlfriend of bodyguard. It was something to do with his bodyguard.
Okay.
Apparently, had this confession.
Yeah.
And
But
then
then-
they investigated it and it was like, yeah, this guy's
Fake.
full of fake news.
Hoax.
Bummer.
Yeah.
Man,
But
that
that
made
was it.
people
That
so mad.
That was a secret.
I mean, people
I-
forget.
I got to be honest with
People
you.
forget OJ did confess to it. He wrote a book.
True.
Yeah,
If
that is a
I
weird move
confessed.
to
Yeah,
do.
Very, very much so.
Oh, it was a very OJ move to do because it was like he was poor.
But I
He
saw
had to
the
pay off all his
headline
debts.
to that, and I couldn't have clicked faster.
Oh, yeah, that's a good click.
I could not
Yeah,
have clicked faster.
I
Like-
know.
I imagine getting away with murder, you would be so giddy and you just want to tell somebody about it, but you can't. So then you write a book
You would
like,
be-
if I did it.
Giddy?
Well, if you got it, you'd be giddy if you got away with something. You don't get giddy if you get away with
I'd be
things?
mushy.
Mooshy.
Okay, I would hope I would be overwhelmed with guilt.
No, I would hope you are too, but clearly murderers don't think about other people.
You'd also be giddy. Mushy.
Well, the Guido guy, he allegedly was thinking of other people.
Luigi.
Oh,
John.
sorry, whatever.
I love this man's name. It is so funny.
There's been I wonder if Nintendo is upset
It is
about
such
that.
I love
a
this
funny-
man, Josh Peterson.
No, I love this man's name. It is such a funny name.
It's Luigi. It's a very common
But
Italian
what's his
name.
last name?
It's
don't
hard to
It's like
remember.
pronounce.
Mangione or
It's
something.
Mangione, I think.
Yeah, what-
like
Oh,
it's
Chuck
not-
Mangione.
or,
Yeah.
yeah, Chuck Mangione.
Mangione. Yeah, I think it's awesome.
The Kentucky baseball coach was named Nick Mangione.
Da, da,
Any
da,
Mangione.
Any
Mangione.
relation?
Da, 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 da.
Yeah.
You think he's related to Chuck Mangione?
I remember I talked to Coach Mangione over the summer because he was from White Plains, New York, which is a place that I was born
Where did you talk to him?
at the College World Series.
Kentucky made the College World Series. Oh, that's right. They beat
Yes,
Oregon, right?
yes,
When you
yeah.
talk to somebody
to go,
else,
to go to the College World Series.
I don't remember who.
when
they
you
beat.
talk to somebody else from White Plains, does your accent morph back into New York Happer?
Well, yeah,
Is it just
'cause-
buried somewhere deep in your brain?
Yeah,
I always get the impression though that the White Plains New Yorkers don't have the accent.
yeah. It's a little
Yeah,
it's a
they
little more
beat-
country.
They
you
beat
know?
Oregon they beat Oregon State. Oh, they beat Oregon.
Why? Well, who cares?
Me, I just
Josh, he's counting down to college baseball.
He's doing wooden bats and
Yes!
rubber hats again.
Nick is doing wooden bats and rubber
Yeah.
hats. He has taken
I
over.
think I gotta rebrand it. Come up
What are
with
you
a new
going to
name.
rebrand it to?
Maybe just baseball.
That's what it used to be called.
No,
It was baseball, just Josh.
Yeah, but now I won't be joshing. I'll be nicking.
What are you going to do with it? Is it going to be funny?
No, for Nick, it's going to be a serious discussion. They
Well,
lost
that's
to A&M. They
stupid.
lost to A&M, by the way.
Yes.
Yeah, I'll give you.
That was in the super long rain delay.
Oh,
The game that started at like
That's
a million
right.
o'clock.
And then they walked like a million runners.
Yeah.
They lost 15-9. Remember that game?
I'll give UMass updates. I'll talk about Tennessee.
Oh, dear
Dunk on the
God.
Big Ten.
No, we can't be following.
This is
Dunk on the
horrendous.
Big Ten.
Why did you do this,
I'm-
Josh?
no,
he
I
begged
think,
me.
No, I think we need to put a moratorium. No more UMass.
Well,
That was last year's.
Correct.
Got to find
Yeah,
new.
you do have to find new bits, Nick.
What if they improve?
If they improve, they improve. Good on them. But
The people.
I think you
got
to find a new bit.
New bit.
Yeah.
Bit.
Find a new
John's out on
slant.
HBCUs.
New bit. Oh.
No.
Wow.
No, just no.
UMass is an
no. I was
HBCU?
actually
Yeah, I know.
for-
I found that out.
I was actually for them because you were celebrating their demise.
That was fun.
Yeah, you were happy that they were.
You were
0-50.
happy they were losing a lot.
Find a new slant, Nick.
Yeah.
It is indeed a HBCU.
Oh, you're the one who hates HBCUs.
Yeah.
You're rooting for them to go
Oh,
winless.
Nick,
No, I actually loved their players. They had an
monster.
outfielder who was a beast.
That explains all those riots or the protests going on in New York.
They were
was Nick.
mad at Nick for his UMass takes.
Yep.
Yep, just that.
Yep.
Nothing else.
A lot
Yeah.
of Luigi conversation happening in the chat right now, by the way.
I'm sure there is.
By the way, you pointed out
What?
the fact that the
What?
chat was still popping
Pretty
when
funny.
they couldn't hear anything for 4 hours this morning is a testament to our great fans.
Truly hilarious.
Yeah, they were still chatting with each other.
Thank
Well,
you, our fans.
See, that's replaced the you get one phone call a day.
Oh, they're not in prison.
Do we know?
They're probably.
Are we sure?
They're imprisoned by their own brains.
There you go.
Their
They're-
own heads.
John, they're just hanging out listening to the 1620.
Well, they weren't
That's
listening to
all.
anything this morning.
Just watching 1620.
Sometimes
I
you just
can't
wanna see
explain-
Gary's face.
I can't explain why. I can't pretend to understand why.
Yeah, maybe
I wouldn't be doing it.
Do we think that they like opened up the audio stream and then they had the video stream? Is that what like they were doing?
I think
so they
a few
could
people
listen?
were doing
so they could
that.
listen and then still chat with their buds.
That's wild.
Uh-huh.
That's wild.
We're appointment for people.
Wow. Jimmy writes, trying to keep up with Matt's fast-moving lips.
He does talk fast.
Does he?
Does he?
I
Yeah.
think people said that about me when I was his age too. Wow.
Those
Do I
fast
talk fast?
fast talkers.
No, you go slowly for some reason.
You do
Yeah.
talk slow.
Yeah.
You're like mushy.
Bayman says,
shit.
"What am I going to do? Work? Ha 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 ha."
Ha 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 ha.
Nice.
Ha ha ha.
Nice. Yeah, I
We
opened
thank
it up.
them.
I opened it up to listen this morning. I was like, what are they chatting about on day 2? And I was like, it's an update happened with my browser. So then I was like, what's wrong? Is something muted? I'm looking everywhere.
You freaked out.
So then I was like, let me go see a different video on YouTube. But instead of doing another live video, I went to a previously recorded video.
what
Now,
video was that?
It was like yesterday's Gary Matt show. So I was like, okay, so it is working. And then I forgot to look at other live streams though. I should have done that because
And then
this was an issue for everybody.
Yeah. Sorry.
Jeez.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Good?
And then you texted me. You were like, you need to check this out.
Yeah, and I told Nick because Nick is the director of video. I said, "Hey, something's going on with the audio today."
And I'm like, yep.
Yeah, and then we realized it was StreamYard. So At least it was that.
Hmm.
At least it was that. So yeah,
I do like when things aren't our fault.
it is. Yeah, Nick, great point.
It's
No, but then you
nice.
can't. Then you can't fix it.
I hate not being able to fix it, but it's
That's
also a little comforting because, like, what can I do about it? I can't fix this.
I hate that. That's the worst thing when it's out of your hands. Ugh.
Yeah,
Yeah, but at least you don't have to take any blame, and then you don't have to. I mean,
I would rather try to fix it and take the blame
But
than
if
not
you-
have the opportunity to do any of them.
full question.
But if you know that you can't fix it, then what's the point of stressing over it? You know,
right?
I only stress about things that
It's
I
still
can
a
control.
problem for you.
Yeah,
still a
it's
problem.
a problem, but
Yeah.
it's not a problem
Odds-
I can do anything about.
Odds and rights. Connor hates that. I remember when this happened with your pods a couple of weeks ago. You were having a bad time, even though you couldn't even control it.
People
Exactly. It makes me more mad when I can't
But-
control
but,
it.
Yeah.
but here's the thing: people
I'm with
forget
Happer on this.
that we have an audio pod. We have an audio.
Yeah, there's still
Audio.
ways
And
that
we
you can
have
access
the
these.
radio.
Audio.
It's
Audio.
always
People forget about the
AM
radio.
radio.
audio.
But let's just say that that's the only way.
But it wasn't.
It wasn't. But let's just say it was.
I mean, if that was the only way, then yeah, I'd be upset. But again, what can I do about it?
It would be. I
If it
would
was
take.
the only
I
way.
would treat it like the day when the power. Remember the day when the power went out? We all just kind of stood out in the hallway and
We recorded videos.
we
That was
recorded videos.
Does
of
it
each
make
other.
you
It was dark.
horribly angry when the power goes out?
I don't like it,
Well,
What are we
in
gonna
my
do about
house,
anything?
yes.
but not at work.
But you're like, well, I guess it's not my fault.
Yeah,
you know,
you
there's
turn it
nothing I
into
can
a
do
fun
about
I mean,
it.
that's such a
There's
big,
nothing
crazy
you
to
can do
me.
about it.
Yeah, but like,
Why are you going to get upset about something you can't fix?
this is crazy. You're the one who's mad about everything all the time.
Yeah,
excellent
because
point.
those are things that I can fix.
But
But if something is out of my control, I'm not going to stress about it because it's out of my control.
but you still have to deal with the problem.
You're right, but how can I deal with the problem if it's not? I'm not the one who has the problem.
I mean, it is still your.
What am I going to call
You can't-
John StreamYard and be like, "Hey,
I don't know,
John
like,
StreamYard, you
I
got to
hate
fix
the idea
this."
that a problem exists, no matter whose problem it is, and I can't do anything about it. I like action. I like to be able to do stuff about it.
Well, but I mean, there are
This
some
is
things,
really
there are some
insane.
things that are just too big. Like, for example, all the road destruction going on in this city.
Yeah.
Can't get anywhere right
know,
now.
it's horrendous.
It's a freaking middle of December, not the middle of June, and we're destroying roads.
I want to go outside and help them fix the road. Can I
No,
help you?
I just want to go out there and yell at them and say, "Why did you do this now? You're supposed to do this in June."
Yeah, maybe between 9th and 10th and Capitol. You would think that it's not such a big deal, but it is.
But it is
It is.
There's a lot of construction
a
happening.
lot of road destruction.
Mhm.
Getting out of the
It's bad.
oh my,
Getting out of what?
leaving
Leaving
the
the
lovely
CHI, is
CHI Health
bad.
Center.
Yeah, that's a bummer for you guys.
It's
I mean,
bad.
Yeah, it was backed up, so you had to take
That's why I
the
just go
other way
home.
outside by the loading docks, which are also going to close here shortly when they start building the new.
Are they just
thing.
trying to trap you?
Yes, it's going to be a
Did-
trap.
First of all, you
It's
don't
like
need
that M.
to.
Night
First of all, you don't
Shyamalan
need
movie.
to add on to the damn convention center. The whole thing.
The
is
one that
that's
came
a-
out this summer
that's
called
a
Trapped.
scam.
Oh, I haven't seen it.
Well, neither have I, but I saw the trailers.
Or it's like the band from the early
Guys,
2000s.
John just said
Headstrong
building more
will
convention
take you
center is a
on.
scam. Pay
They
attention.
don't need it
What? Why not?
because they don't.
Interesting.
Convention centers are a thing of the past.
But
Are
John,
they?
there's conventions still
They are.
happen.
Yeah, it's called StreamYard.
Oh
It's
my
called,
god, John is so old.
What,
like,
what?
What do you mean so old?
Kids these
That's a
days-
relic of my
How
day.
old is he?
That's a
All
relic
their
of my day.
conventions are just on the internet. They don't go in person to have in-person conventions. We might as well tear it all
Not as
down.
many as you. Not
So
as
you
many
think we
as
should
there
only
used
do
to be.
Creighton basketball online?
No. I'm just saying there's plenty enough convention space.
Hmm.
I'm just worried about being trapped forever and never being able to get out of there because somebody thinks that we're going to have Comic-Con here every other day.
Nice.
Well, I think Comic-Con usually happens at the Mac.
Yeah, what are they? Why are they doing that? What are they trying to lure to Omaha
Ooh.
by getting more
Conventions
conventions?
that don't exist. I don't know.
Like what's going to happen there if they build more convention space
They'll
that
have,
they don't already have?
They'll have plenty of space to storage.
I mean, that's what I used to work in that building, like taking care of those places.
Did you really?
Yeah, I used to be in the facilities department when I was
okay.
in college. Just job. And
Facility happer.
nothing happened in those rooms
Yeah. They stay empty for a
hardly
very long
ever.
time.
But then they have the convention.
It's gonna
Headley
be
So
says-
there's the rooms, there's the ballrooms upstairs, and then there's the giant convention halls downstairs. Those don't ever get used.
No, the ones downstairs, those
Yeah.
get used all the time.
Like-
the Better Homes and Gardens Expo, the
Sure.
Which
And
happens
which-
once a
Which
year.
means we
Which
have the
happens
right
once a year.
amount of convention space.
Yeah.
We don't need more.
Headley in the chat says he's been to 7 conventions this year, John.
7 conventions.
Oh, so because we'll have more space, he could go to 14? I mean,
Maybe.
I don't think so.
I used to
Again, I
know
think it's
someone
fake
who
news.
worked at that building and was involved with the various conventions that they had. This person was very busy. So
Yeah, no, I'm
maybe they're
pro
busier
convention.
now.
Pro convention.
Headley has another one on January 7th in Las Vegas.
January 7th.
Oh, in Las
Not
Vegas.
January 6th.
Yeah, you think
That
Las
would be
Vegas
bad to have a
needs less
convention that day.
space?
Interesting.
Bad.
Interesting.
We're gonna beat Las Vegas.
No, I just you don't
We don't
like
even have
conventions.
gambling here unless you go to the horse track.
All right, let me go look. Where would I go? Do I go to Mecca.com? How do I
Bro.
find out about the conventions?
Josh, where you at conventions? Are you pro or anti?
I hate going to conventions. We used to do a remote from one every year. It sucked. I
I'm
hated
actually
it.
with you.
I hated
Conventions
it.
are stupid.
Remember that? Remember when we used to do that?
I had to do a
If
convention.
they want us back, we'll do it. I hated it though.
We had
God,
to-
it sucked.
What?
Remember when we used to do the show from the convention in October? We talked about Clapgate against Michigan State
Oh,
there.
that's right. We did.
I hated going
Were
there.
you guys in DECA?
It was only like once or twice. I
Did you
don't
go to the
remember going
DECA
more than
convention?
No.
Oh, I went to the DECA convention one year when
What
I was
is
in DECA.
DECA?
It's a group like it's like a marketing group in high school.
Oh, that's
for,
right.
for kids.
Yeah.
You all go that have the regional conference or whatever at the
Yeah.
end of the year. And I remember it was in Minneapolis. I guess it would have been my senior year. We all went up to Minnesota, and the entire
Minnesota!
the entire Nebraska delegation of the DECA was all watching the 2009 Big 12 championship game.
Oh boy.
And then we all got extremely sad, went down, and then there was like a dance party like gathering afterwards, and we all got laughed at hysterically as we walked into the room for losing to Texas. It was
Wow.
horrible.
Wow.
Horrible.
Try not losing to Texas.
Well, I tried. It was out of my
It
control.
was out of his
Oh,
control.
So then don't be mad.
I was mad.
All right,
He
so-
was
I'm so
angry.
mad. I'm still mad to this day.
So I'm looking up the various conventions that we have at the arena. Now, tough look for me because John might be right here. I see 0 conventions happening until January 25th. When something, and by the way, there's a doubleheader for Creighton that day.
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
the
doesn't
men and the
matter. You
women.
would never know it's happening
So
at the same
something
time.
called the Oddities and Curiosities Expo.
Oh, that sounds fun.
for
No, it
lovers
doesn't.
of the
I'd go to that.
strange, unusual, and bizarre.
Oh,
So
that sounds
basically,
real fun.
it's Spencer Gifts on steroids.
Largest travel oddities event showcasing hand-selected vendors, dealers, artists, and small businesses with all things weird. Yeah, this is a
There's
mix
got to
for
be a
everything.
2-headed pig in a jar. at one of those.
Taxidermy, preserved specimens,
Yep.
original
Oh,
artwork,
no.
horror and Halloween-inspired pieces,
This sounds awesome.
skulls and bones.
I want to go to this. Sounds cool.
Hey, come check out Bones.
Nick, you could probably do an endorsement.
How
for this
often do you
place.
see skulls or bones?
Hard to argue
Dude,
with
They're
that.
inside of you. You don't just see those.
I don't
Other
need to see
conventions
'em.
in early January or in early 2025, the Omaha Lawn Flower and Patio Show at the end of January,
Hell yeah.
and then the Omaha International Boat Sports and Travel Show.
Boats. Oh, the
February
boats,
6th.
show.
boats.
The Boats
Yeah.
and Hose Show.
I feel like because
Crash is probably in there.
the Supernova season is
Gross.
starting up soon. And I feel like almost every Supernovas game I went to last season had a convention also happening in the
convention
same
in.
room.
Interesting.
Well, just imagine what you could do with more convention.
Yeah.
There's more room
It's
for
going to be
convention.
insane. Can't wait.
What do you think they'll have at that weirdo show? More bones?
Yep.
Yeah,
Many more bones.
What kinds of different kinds of bones?
just bones.
Different kinds of bones.
I don't know, mystery bones.
Hey, here's William Howard Taft's bones. We wouldn't have been able to haul this big ass bones in
secret
here
list
without
bones.
without the new
Well,
without the new
secret list
convention
bones.
space.
It'd be fast. It'd be a
That's
fast turnaround,
That's
Nick.
a good hint.
That's basically what happened to Abe Lincoln.
That's true. There you go. Jason, who is of
Up, Jason. I knew Jason was going to
Hi,
comment
Jason.
on
Friends
this.
of the Grum. There is something in that space nearly every week. Tough look for John. Sorry, John.
Just because it's just doesn't. So they're going to fill that, then they're going to fill the other one too.
Yeah. People love this is an event town.
just-
Haven't you ever heard that,
Yeah.
John? Omaha's an event town.
Now, Jason, you don't have to comment on this.
Oh, interesting.
But when I worked in the building, this is a long time ago, there would be, days at a time where there wasn't really much going on in the building, but we were still there. We had to, just in case anybody needed anything.
In case of an emergency convention.
And the building is so large.
It is a huge building.
Sometimes the message was get lost for a little while.
Interesting.
Get lost.
You
And
ever play
there's a-
wiffle ball in one of the convention
Let me
centers?
tell you that there is a lot of places where you could just crawl away and never be found.
Wow.
And now we're gonna have more places to
I
crawl
know.
away. and
Ultimate
never be
hide and
found
seek
in.
championship.
Maybe that's why we're building it, so we can have a giant game of hide and seek.
And then
I
after
do
you
like hide
crawl
and
away
seek.
and never be found, your bones
There,
will
I
be at the
changed my
expo.
mind.
The
We're having a
bones.
big game of hide and seek every day.
Many are
That's a
commenting.
big building. for hide
Steve
and seek.
writes, let's see. I do a lot of work at CHI and know there aren't that many big trade shows anymore. There are still some. The upstairs rooms are used mainly for conferences that don't get used fairly often.
That's correct.
Aaron and Papillion. My company could do a convention that used the whole top floor once a year. It was not listed on the public website. I think there are many like this. I do think there are quite a few up there, but not many in the big area. As
Private
Apper
conventions.
says.
That's probably true.
Interesting.
They use the off to the side ballrooms.
Where do the prom still happens there, right? Isn't there some prom that
prom?
happens at CHI?
I don't
They
know.
do
My prom was
proms
at
there?
school.
Why would they do it there?
My
Why wouldn't they do it at
graduation was at
school?
CHI.
Well,
My
that's
graduation's at the
understandable,
Civic.
but people don't go to proms to watch other people
What?
dance.
Your graduation was at CHI?
Yeah, it sucked because it was in a convention center, and so it's super flat.
Oh.
It sucked.
There's been a few
Oh.
times over
Yeah.
the last 6 years or so I've been downtown at the same time as prom time, and there's all these kids dressed up as
Are
they're
you
going to
sure
prom.
they're
Prom
going
time.
to CHI though?
I did
Because
guess
there are
I'm not
other
sure.
Yeah, there are other buildings
places.
down there.
Maybe they're just
like
going to
the
a Billie
Joslyn Art
Eilish
Museum
concert.
is down there.
Yeah.
Yes.
You know, there's many places.
Central High School.
I went to
I would think they would want to do it
homecoming
at
at
school.
Central once. My
I mean,
prom wasn't
wouldn't that be
at-
expensive? To
my
rent?
prom
the school?
senior year
Yeah.
was at Creighton.
Wow.
We were somewhere at Creighton. Yeah,
Really?
Wow.
yeah. I don't know where, but we were
That's
somewhere
weird.
at Creighton.
We graduated at the Civic, and our proms and homecomings were just at Central. And the Civic was 8 steps away from the front door of
Yeah,
Central.
that's true.
It was
Nice.
amazing.
Very
Jeremiah
convenient.
says my grandma in Reno talks about her fabric convention all year.
That does seem
Oh,
like
you want to talk about a place to get lost?
Reno?
Way back in the day.
I don't know if I want to go to Reno. That scares me.
Because my mom would sew a lot, and we'd always go to the fabric store in the mall. And of course, me and my little
Nice.
snot-nosed brother were like, and they have these giant racks of nothing but like the cloth
Mhm.
that comes on the big spools.
Claw.
Definitely.
And we would hide. We would hide in the middle of these racks because you were.
Oh,
you were,
yeah. You could just hide away.
Oh,
John Bishop
Nobody
hiding
would
it
in
was
the
find
a
you.
great place to play hide and seek.
Nice.
You always got lost. And of
I
course,
remember-
you'd be in there and then some, old lady be, I need some more. I need something new
Yeah.
for my couch. And open it up and there's our little faces.
Then
and
you'd
they're
give him
like,
a heart attack.
Oh, I definitely remember going to the department stores as a kid and hiding inside of the racks of
Yeah,
clothes.
yeah.
It's interesting.
But this was
Yeah.
better because it was
Yeah.
a fabric store and
Yeah.
it was just covered in fabric. It
It's
was great.
interesting that as kids, our default when we're at a new place is, I want to find a place to hide.
Yeah.
Hide and seek was fun, man.
Seriously. And honestly, they should do that. They should just open up the convention center for mega hide and seek.
Mega hide
That's
and
what they
seek.
I
should
like
do.
this idea.
That
That's
would
a
be fun.
convention.
Hide and seek convention
That's a great idea.
2025. Jason, take it up the
Get it
ladder.
done.
Just watch out for the bones.
This should be a
Hide
thing
and
we
seek.
do. 1620 the hide and seek.
That'd be awesome. Well, we have to rent out the entire building.
Maybe
but
Jason can help. Jason, you want in on this?
We
Yeah.
work closely with Mecca.
That'd
We
be
do.
awesome.
Yeah, we can handshake meme this.
I could make it a vlog.
Nick can make a
And
vlog.
you could use the ballpark too.
There you go.
Hide in the ballpark.
Oh, that reminds me. I still need to watch the rest of the vlog. I didn't have time.
Sad.
Yeah, I'll get to it though.
I watched it.
Yeah,
It's too bad he didn't do like a 10-minute version.
yeah. I know. Why didn't you edit it down?
I know because you would have been able to watch the whole thing, get the gist of it.
Oh, yep, indeed. Mm-hmm. By the way, those 1620 the Zone 25th anniversary interviews still available to go watch.
Yeah.
Many
they were-
great
they were
interviews.
great.
In many different links.
Many in many different lengths.
Learned a lot.
Yep.
Stories I never heard before.
Yeah, for sure.
Many stories.
Matt, if you're listening, you should watch those because it gives you good insight into the history of the
Here you go,
zone.
Matt. Homework.
I mean, I
Learn
learned
about
a
the
lot.
zone.
Yeah,
I learned a lot editing them, things I didn't know.
that's true.
I think it's important for newcomers to the station
Was the
to watch it. It's like onboarding.
is Matt the first host to work at the zone who was born after the zone's inception?
Wait, when was he born?
I mean, I
He's
don't know.
20
He's pretty young.
He's older than 25, isn't he?
Is he? Old? I don't
know. He
think
might
so.
not be.
Uh-oh.
Wow.
For
The
some
station
reason,
started in what, September of 1999?
For some reason, I'm thinking he's 22,
Well, yeah,
but I don't know if
ours.
that's right.
No, he's not 22.
I don't
Okay.
think he's 20.
I thought he was either 24 or 25.
Wow.
I did have a
The
bad
kid
thought.
is talking about working out and stuff. Like
Kids
he's
like to work out and
Yeah,
stuff.
he's young. No, ain't nobody working out.
do you mean?
You're not working out.
I go to the gym.
He's hardly
No, you
working.
don't.
Yeah, I do.
You go running.
I
That's
go to the gym.
different.
It's important to go to the gym a couple times a week to lift some weights. I
It's
do.
not like, Matt's got the bottle. He's got the
Yeah, I know.
he's got
Look at
shakers.
those.
Yeah, he's got shakers.
Hey, take those home, Matt. Come on. What are we doing? Just leaving bottles at the zone now?
I did have the thought this morning though, where I've worked in radio longer than Matt has, and that made me sad because that means I'm getting older.
I've been told that Matt is
Deal with it.
23.
23.
Damn.
I just got a text that said he's 22. He's younger than me.
See,
April birthday.
My first radio job,
So maybe
Oh.
Nick was right.
he was 12 or 13 when I had my first job in radio.
This is like when you tell me your age when I
Yeah,
first got
I don't
into
like
radio.
this.
Nick,
It happened so soon.
Imagine how
he-
John feels.
Yeah, he is your Nick.
It happened so fast.
Matt is Nick's Nick.
They should change the name of the show to Sharp and Son.
Kind of, yeah.
Daddy and baby.
Da-da, da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
Wait a minute. A, I think there's already a podcast with that name, and B, it's probably hosted by the Hawk Tour.
Yeah. She's got a spin-off podcast.
Yeah, it's called Daddy and Baby.
Goo goo gaga.
All right, well, I'm changing this from the bones to daddy and baby.
Solid idea, Nick. Many people are reaching out saying he's only 22, by the way.
Can't wait for that first hot Nebraska football take. Gary makes a great point, and all you get in return is goo goo gaga.
All right, you're grounded.
Josh started it.
Oh, that's a good bid idea. Gary grounds Matt for a bad take. You're grounded.
You guys should have done that to me, honestly.
Yeah, well, we should have. It's a great idea.
Or just have him turn and face the corner.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, that's another good bid idea. Go to the corner.
You could make a graphic for it in timeout. He's
That
over
would
there.
be-
He's in timeout.
And then
See, if we had graphics back when I started, we could have done that type of
Yeah.
stuff. Josh is grounded for that take.
yeah.
Josh,
And then
go
we
to the
can-
corner.
And then we can turn things around where if Gary has a bad take, Matt can just have him put in a hole.
Time for Gary to go to the old folks home for that take. Got to go listen to Gundy. Aaron and Papillion, no more Happy New Year's. Nick, can we please?
48 hours.
Wow.
Put it on for next year.
Happy New Year's 2026.
Who knows?
Mhm.
We have to make a prediction.
Bayman, what's his reward for a good take? A ring pop?
The kids still like ring pops.
They have to. Why
I
would
love
the
ring
kid
pops.
like a ring pop?
I
Those
never
were
liked it.
bad.
I
Yeah,
didn't
they
like
started
ring
making
pops.
the ring pops that are like they've made all these wild flavors, and there's some that taste like there's some.
Trash.
What?
They're not like
What happened to ring
you know the
pops?
kind of candy that's like shiny.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For
Well,
whatever.
yeah,
rea-
like a ring pop.
yeah, but
Yeah.
they started making the ring pops. The last ring pop I had, it was like a matte. It was like a matte finish. on the-
Matt.
you know, like a matte.
Wait, like a helmet?
kind of. Yeah.
What?
There's a specific kind of candy. I didn't like it, and then I swore off
Interesting.
ring pops. Ring pops are done. I like
Interesting.
Skittles.
Problem with the ring
Give 'em
pops
Skittles.
is eventually, your hand gets sticky.
I don't really use it on my finger. I
See, and
just-
as you guys know,
I mean, that was the whole point.
I know it was.
I don't like being sticky. Even as a kid, I didn't like being sticky. And ring
Mushy.
pops, it would just get sticky and not mushy,
Mhm.
but it would get like lint and hair and stuff all over. It's such an impractical thing. Because the whole point of a ring pop is it's hands off, right? Like, what are you going to do with the ring
Well,
pop?
it's literally
Just-
hands on. It's on your hand.
Well, yeah, but you're not like holding a stick, right? The
Right.
point of a ring
you have
pop.
to be conscious of it, though. You can't just forget about
but-
it.
No, but like in my kid brain, the point of a ring pop is, oh, I can still play with my toys and have a sucker.
Is that what the point of a ring pop
I
was?
don't know.
Here's
It's
the
a
thing.
ring pop.
Okay, if I had
It's
a
supposed to be
Tootsie
mobile.
Pop, if I had a Tootsie Pop or a Dum Dum Sucker, whatever it was, I very rarely held it in my hand. It
Yeah.
just was in my
It's just
mouth
in
and
there.
it just was there.
Like a toothpick.
Yeah, like Kojak. You know, you just put a
Mhm.
lollipop in there.
Well,
By
I
the
feel
way-
like ring pops.
Until you have to
I
eat
don't
it.
know this, but in my head, I feel like ring pops were invented because kids were choking on sticks and they didn't want kids to.
Oh,
I thought it
do
was
that.
because they were like, oh, look, I have a ring.
Yeah,
I thought that was the
yeah. It was
bit.
more a gimmick.
Fake
I don't think it
proposals.
was.
Exactly.
I don't think it
Be
was.
my candy lady. By the way, there's a lot of comments coming in about the Matt ideas. Keenan says, have Gary call Matt's mom live on air if there's a bad take.
Oh,
that
Don't
that would
let
be-
Gary do that.
that would be
That's a bad idea.
excellent
Good
point.
take.
Sean writes, Daddy and the baby. Daddy's home. Lick, lick, lick.
Hey, Daddy's home. Lick, lick, lick.
Talking about ring pops.
Talking about ring pops.
Talking about ring pop. Many people wondering why Nick's ring pop was getting sticky.
Ring pops are sticky. You put it in your mouth and then it's sticky. That's what suckers do.
Interesting.
Well, yeah, but that's all hard candy. You know, they all.
That's
do
what
get
I'm
sticky.
saying.
Yeah,
Jeremiah.
It's not just
I'm with you on the
ring
sticky
pop.
thing for the record. I don't like to be
I hate being sticky.
No, I don't either.
No, same for the record.
Yeah.
Jeremiah, Fun Dip never had enough sticks to powder ratio. Thoughts?
I never liked
that's a
this.
good take.
Oh, I
I never liked Fun Dip either.
I love Fun Dip.
I never ate the stick.
Oh, I love the stick. That
I don't
chalky
like-
goodness.
I don't-
Yum yum.
Chocolate.
It didn't have any
Chalky.
flavor.
Chalky.
It didn't
Oh,
have-
yeah, chalky.
It had a
Wasn't
little
it
flavor.
flavorless?
It had a little like.
Well, it's whatever
Little
flavor
zap.
you put on it.
I don't like candy
Well,
that's
no,
just
but
sugar.
but you were
Like,
supposed to eat
just
the
sugar.
People would eat the stick after they were done.
Yeah, did you throw it away?
No, I ate the stick.
Okay.
It didn't taste like anything.
Yeah,
I
I
thought
think
it had
you
a
were
little
supposed
tiny
to
taste.
suck on
Yeah.
it, dip it,
Yeah.
suck that off, and then you just had to keep sucking it until the powder was gone.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same
Yes.
thing with me and like popsicles.
Yes, Nick.
Like I just eat the popsicles. I don't really lick the popsicles. I just start eating them.
Interesting.
Fun Dip was
Brain freeze.
overrated.
Wow, I like.
I'm actually with you on that one.
You
I
know,
liked
make
it, but
your
it was
tongue
overrated.
blue.
I think it was overrated.
Did you like having blue tongue?
Yeah, why not?
I always just was more tempted to pour the stuff in some water and make it into Kool-Aid.
Nice. That's a good idea.
Never did it, but it was more tempting.
How about making Twizzlers straws?
Oh,
You
I
ever
like
make
that.
Twizzler
Yeah.
straws?
Mm.
Put it in a Dr. Pepper.
You bite off the end of the
Oh,
Twizzler.
Oh
and-
yeah.
yeah. you-
That's weird. I thought Twizzlers kind of
Wow.
stunk.
Wow.
I wasn't.
Were you a
huge
red
Twizzler.
vine guy?
I thought I was, and then I was like, these are also bad.
I like
Yeah,
the ones where you
Twizzlers
could
are
peel
gross.
off.
I don't like them.
No, I like Twizzlers.
Twizzlers are good.
Jeff writes, my 4-year-old eats the stick too soon, then cries because there's still powder left. Classic baby move.
Travis said I
Go
would
to
be
baby jail.
Travis said I would be shocked by cigarette candies. Travis, they still had those when I was growing up. I loved those.
Cigarette candies
Oh,
are.
those
You can
were
buy them.
gross.
They
You
were
didn't like
gross,
those?
but
Oh, they tasted
It's like
awful.
chalk. Yeah.
it was chalk.
It-
It was basically just the stick, but smaller.
Yeah, it was bad.
I like cigarette candy. Are they?
Oh.
I still think they're around, Nick. People were buying them for Coach
What
Sigs
about,
earlier this season. Here you go, world's king size
But-
candy
But the
cigarettes.
That blows my
problem
mind
was
that
they
they
were
still
so
make those.
fragile. You'd open up the box and half of them would be.
They would, yeah.
So
That's true.
speaking of chalk, there's Necco wafers
Ugh.
and Smarties.
I love
Smarties.
Smarties.
Smarties are all right, but Necco wafers were
I
gross.
never liked Necco waiters. Smarties, I went through a phase, but I don't like.
She's
I had a
so
lot of kids
chocolate.
on my school bus growing up who would snort Smarties.
That sounds about right.
Yikes.
Dumbasses.
Tough look for Gen Z.
Don't do that.
Yet
Yeah.
again.
And
Make
then,
that into
and
your
then
weirdo
they invented
convention.
meth.
The Smarties snorting convention.
Yeah.
Not
I'd
well.
probably be at your Bones
This is
convention.
why they shouldn't be building onto the convention center.
Oh no,
All
I
we're gonna
mixed up
get
the
is
Smarties with the
all
bones.
we're gonna get is meth making convention. All these kids were snorting their. Fun Dip.
I would do a remote from a meth making convention. That sounds kind of fun.
Maybe Walter White would be there.
Oh, Steve says,
Wow, how come all we have here?
I
is
bet
chicken?
the meth making convention hates Breaking Bad because of how much it commercialized their business. And like, this is a serious business, but people just keep quoting Breaking Bad. Wow.
I feel bad for the poor bastard who, hid his meth making operation underneath a laundromat.
He's like, we're gonna
Damn
check
it.
those now.
and then distributed it through his chicken
This is
dealership.
what I was doing. Steve says bubblegum cigars were the best. Those were awesome.
I saw those, but I
No.
never had those.
No, those were not good.
I got one when we had when I got my youngest brother in the mail. When Luke
You
was
got your
born.
brother in the mail.
When Luke was
The
born.
stork.
When Luke was born, we my parents gave us those little bubblegum cigars. They were awesome.
They're
now
not
I was also
awesome.
6.
Yeah.
And you
So
were
maybe-
probably really happy to have a little brother.
I was like, this is cool. Look at my brother. And then he vomited on my dad one time. And I was like, who are you, bro?
That's what babies do.
I didn't know. I was
You
7
were
years
mad
old.
at him for vomiting on your dad?
I think it kind of ruined the evening.
Is it because you thought, you think,
Imagine how your dad felt.
I know.
you're like, that's my vomit spot. Get out of here,
exactly.
loser.
Yeah, I've done that since you were not even around, Luke.
There was always that kid who puked a lot for whatever reason. You guys ever know the kid who puked a lot?
Oh, in school, then
Yeah.
they'd come by and they'd put that powder down, but they couldn't clean
It
it up.
was always
until
the same
powder-
kid who puked every time.
Yeah, there's always the puker.
Trying to think of who that
I
person
forgot about
was
the
in
powder.
I hated that powder.
And then when they put like a napkin over it or something, so it was just covered with
No, it
powder
was-
and vomit.
It was just the powder and vomit because the powder was supposed to soak everything up and they couldn't do anything about
Kids
it.
just
until the powder
puke.
was
It's
done.
weird.
Kids be puking.
Yeah.
Kids do be puke.
How often does your
Yeah.
kid puke?
Well, I mean, like
She a
several
puker?
times a day. It's not really puke though.
It's more just spit up.
Yeah.
When does it go from puke to spit up?
When they start eating real food.
That's the reverse. When does it go from spit up to puke?
Fair.
Yeah.
Yes.
When they start eating food.
Travis, Connor, handshake meme, Josh being unimpressed by baby.
Is she not eating
She
the food yet?
She had a doctor's appointment today, and the doctor said you can start to introduce
Have some Cheerios.
food in puree form. She doesn't have any teeth.
Oh,
so
she
she
can
Do you
have
want a
Cheerios.
filet
But you
steak,
get-
baby?
What about
you get the little cereal
Yeah.
and the
junk.
fruit and the
Yeah.
fruit?
what about those little things that dissolve in your mouth? Can she have those?
What do you mean?
There's like these
Fruit that
little
can-
candies where the second you put it, or not candies, but little baby treats where you put them in your mouth and they dissolve
These aren't
right
cats.
away. No, but these
What
are
are you
real
talking
things.
about?
I don't know what they're called. I just know they're little baby things, and then they dissolve, so you don't
Never
need
heard
teeth.
of
You can
this.
just put them in.
Do a little more research, Nick, to tell us
What
about
are- yeah,
these
what
weird,
is
this weird
this?
baby. Alex says puffs. Is that what you're talking about? Puffs?
Maybe.
Crunchier puffs. Puffs. Wimp.
Puffs. I think we'll probably just stick with the
Yeah, baby puffs.
baby food.
There we go.
Yeah, I would just stick with the baby food.
Yeah.
That's exact puffs. Gerber puffs.
Gerbers. Carson says little puffy stars.
What's the point?
So if your
You
kid
can
doesn't
have
have
this as a
teeth,
treat.
it's like a transitionary thing. It's like, here, this is what cereal kind of is like, and then you put it in your mouth and it dissolves. And I think it's like a training thing. But also, it's just a little treat for the kid.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna.
Carson
feed
has
her.
they're basically Cheerios.
But they dissolve quick. Cheerios
Interesting.
don't.
I never heard of such a thing.
Neither have I.
Headley says they're awesome.
Awesome.
There you go, Happer.
Apparently, Headley's having
This
them.
could be a great thing for you to talk about on the radio. This is a great endorsement opportunity.
What I fed my kid today.
Connor Happer. Yeah, people have children that listen to the show.
No, we're about to find out. I don't know anything about this yet. She got a bunch of shots, and she is now can eat food.
Go pick up the Gerber puffs for your daughter tonight on your way home.
That's a great idea.
Have
Happer.
some puffs, kid.
We could talk about this tomorrow on the crossover.
Yeah.
They come in peach and banana. You can find out if she likes banana
Yeah.
or peach.
And if
You
it
get
tastes
her
like the
opinion.
banana from the 50s or today's banana.
Yeah. Hey, what kind of banana is that?
So you're going to like record her reaction to various things.
You could.
Well, the best
I wouldn't
way-
tweet those out,
The
though.
best. What do you mean? They
If I
can
had a
be
child,
cute.
I wouldn't tweet out
Yeah,
videos
no,
of
I don't
my
wanna-
child.
If I had a
Well,
kid, I
but-
would never put my kid on the internet.
Well, but you can have fun with your family.
Yeah, sure.
Would you be one of those people who like puts like an emoji over the kid's face when they put
I
pictures?
mean, not
of-
an emoji because that's dumb, but I'd probably censor the face.
They do.
But no, you're getting close now to that time where for the first time they get just a little taste of lemon and they do the whole pucker face.
Oh yeah.
Or like ice cream.
Bacon.
Ice cream.
Yeah,
Nice.
I think this is a couple months. She hasn't been like supposed to eat it. I can't remember what like I made her like just taste off my finger one time, but she was sort of
Bacon.
she was sort of confused about it, but she seemed to sort of enjoy it. That was a couple months ago now.
Here,
wasn't
baby,
supposed
try
to,
this.
Probably wasn't supposed to do that, but it's just a little bit.
Yeah, it's just
That's what dads are
Just
for.
a little bit
as a treat.
Little baby
You know, they
treat.
used to give kids whiskey.
That's true.
That's for teething.
John, did you give your kids whiskey?
For teething.
No.
Mm.
No.
More of a rum guy?
When's the episode when Gary gives Matt a taste of lemon for the first time?
He goes,
Let's get the reaction.
Great idea.
he could put it in his shaker bottle that he's got back there.
And this is wild. You guys didn't even make these tiny baby jokes to me.
Yeah, well, still have time.
Yeah, you're not 22.
Yeah, you're not, Nick.
I was 24 when I started here, though.
I don't know. 24 feels.
Yeah, you're mid
Older
20s.
than
Yeah,
22.
but Nick, when you started, you looked a little something.
Oh, no!
Don't.
Time to go to break.
Yep.
What a
Like
great
we have to
crossover.
go.
Brought to you by Every Level Concrete Repair in Omaha at everylevelconcrete.com.
Bye.
Bye, Hepper.
Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV News Watch 7.
I got a new feast made with two of my favorite things, pizza and dessert. Speaking of dessert, you'll want a piece of this. All the classic flavors of a cinnamon roll can be found in my new cinnamon roll streusel. Pair it with any of my specialty pizza pies piled high with quality toppings and mounds of mozzarella and your favorite one-topping pizza. Build your own feast with my cinnamon roll streusel. Order one today. Godfather's Pizza. Do it.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Fixing some things here. So
What's wrong?
No, I'm just nothing. Just a little housekeeping.
I've never seen you dangle your headphones from your microphone.
He does it like
before.
every day.
I
Really?
do it when they're not on. I didn't get a chance to put them on. Now I don't know if I'm supposed to be done talking.
Sportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
See, I realized that I hadn't done the one thing that I normally do every day to keep Nick off my ass about, you need to tell the people about this and tell the people about that. And so I was doing that.
That's nice.
You got to tell the
Like-
people about this and
Like
that.
telling the people about the 1620, the email.
Oh, subscribe today.
There you go. See, that's one of the things that Nico is on my ass about. And
Yeah.
I was trying to update it, and I realized I hadn't done it yet.
Well, what about the bowl game blowout?
Nope,
$15,000
not saying that.
giveaway.
Nope, can't say that
I
yet.
just did on 1620 The Zone. You can enter to win now at 1620thezone.com.
Nice.
There you go.
Well, now I've just wasted my
I
time.
always have the thing open. It's always there on my screen.
There's so many other
I know,
things to
but
talk
I
about.
put it in my prep sheet.
Yeah.
So I don't have to open another damn tab.
Ah,
I got
my-
too many tabs open.
Too many
Many
tabs.
tabs. Like this tab.
The
this
tab
tab
boy.
right here.
What's
you know,
it say?
the tab that allows me to put up the
No!
picture of, becoming Jesus Nick and
Nice.
Jesus Nick.
Nice.
That tab.
Man.
Or maybe this tab. Why we have that up there? I don't know. That
Yeah,
was
why is that
yesterday's
still
tab.
there?
Did I not put? I put the new one in, didn't I?
Oh,
Apparently
there's
you
the new
didn't.
one.
No, the new one's right there.
Oh, Ralph Wiggum catching a pass against the Cowboys.
Wow.
Why is that other one still in? I deleted it.
Well,
I
I
don't see
just
it on my
deleted
end.
it. I
Okay.
just deleted it.
Nick, you're a monster.
Well, don't get dogged on by Ralph Wiggum.
You're a monster.
The Grum Down is brought to you by the referees at John Higgins Weather Guard.
Mm.
Like we said, he's not going to Miami.
There you go. We told. Oh, look at Ruel. There he is, John. His tentacles have reached John yet again.
Now, it ain't my tentacles. All I did was read the kid's Instagram.
Nick, we needed one where he's on
I
the
was
left
going
side
into
of the screen.
Instagram, looking for my other fellow lawnmowers, commiserating on the fact we
Nice.
can't mow our lawns right now. 'Cause
Nice.
It's damn cold and grass ain't growing no more. And I happened
Yes,
to
she-
see Dylan's Instagram that said, I'm back, or I'm here, or I've never left, or I ain't going to Miami.
Coming home. Oh, we should have made it open. Tell the world I'm coming home.
Actually, that's what he did.
Oh, there he is.
He said, I'm all in.
Oh,
GBR.
the second thing there, we're going to
Oh,
be
yeah.
just fine, John. There are many topics on many sides to discuss.
You might not want to sing that song.
Who
anymore.
else is going? No, I'm still going to sing the song, Nick. You still sing songs by Michael Jackson. I can sing that song too.
I don't know the last time I sang a Michael Jackson song.
Coming home. What happened? What happened to that song?
What song? The Coming Home
Diddy
song?
Is it?
I mean,
It's a
he used
Diddy
it in a
song?
sample, yeah.
No, but I'm talking about the original.
Oh, the original isn't a Diddy song.
There we go. I was singing the original. I wasn't singing the dun 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 dun. Now that's the Diddy version, apparently. I wasn't singing that version.
I don't know what the hell's going on.
You don't know what happened to Diddy?
No, I know about that. I don't know about the music that you're trying to use.
Back to the Grum Down, brought
Back
to you
to
by
the
the
Grum Down.
Rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard.
But many others are like the defensive line.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Jared Diamond is going to join us. He is a writer for the Wall Street Journal. The Oma Rays that we thought were dead. Well, he had a little anecdote in his story last week that maybe implied that they're not dead.
Shout out to Nick Grimm.
Thus,
what a
the
guest.
reason why we need more convention space.
Yes. Oh, yeah. For the Rays. For all the
So the Ra-
pads.
I sent him an email.
So all
and
the
I'm like, I love
Rays,
baseball.
so all the
I'm
Rays
wearing
fans have a
baseball
place to
pads.
meet during games.
Absolutely.
Or a place to go when we get severe thunderstorm warnings.
I mean, John, we are going to need a place to store the Rays that are currently in Tampa
Yeah,
Bay.
they'll live in the convention center.
Yeah,
Well,
where else
they-
are they
I-
gonna go?
I just want to know if you're going to be the voice.
No.
The voice of the Omaha Rays, John Bishop.
Oh, John, let me be your color guy.
Oh my goodness.
That would be horrible, John. Don't let Nick be your color guy.
Michael Bruntz from Husker 24/7
Oh,
later.
nice get, Nick.
Steve Sipple of HuskerOnline.com.
Wow, the day gets better by the day.
Belichick's Bible. Will we get official news on Bill Belichick before we leave the air today?
Why is it called a Bible when it's Belichick, but it's called a manifesto when it's somebody else?
Well, because his name isn't
Connor Stallions is who I was talking about, Nick.
Well, A, he's a cheater. B,
so is Bill Belichick.
Yeah, but Belichick manifesto doesn't sound as good as Belichick's Bible.
That's true.
It's the
Alliteration.
whole alliteration.
You do like the alliteration.
People have manifestos, but some people have Bibles. Interesting.
Why didn't they call it literature for that one guy instead of a manifesto? Then that's also alliteration.
Is his literature?
Yeah.
Oh, Luigi's literature? Nice, Nick.
We got a hot take market today.
Oh.
And we're going to check to see if it's a hot ticket market.
For what? The bowl game? For the bowl game in New York City?
Hey, Jack fixed it yesterday. Watch that video on our YouTube.
There you go.
Yeah.
Perfect.
And has anybody done a welfare
Nope.
check on Leon Lett?
Don't need to talk about that.
Who?
Don't need. Yeah, see,
Oh,
and now he doesn't even know.
Nick, you're going to appreciate this.
Okay.
It's time to Nick learns about history. Now, I was not going to make Josh go in and load that video.
Yeah, if he would have sent it, you know what I would have said? No. I would not have loaded any
But it is
videos
so
involving
classic.
the Cowboys. They won the Super Bowl that year, which is really cool.
But last night it was the sequel 31 years in the making. And I'll admit, the first thing I thought of was, oh crap, they didn't get past the first down line. The damn Cowboys got lucky again. And then I realized, no, wait, he touched it.
That was my thought too. I thought you had to get past the first down line.
Because
And I was like,
my mind, for some reason, this wonderful moment from Thanksgiving 1993 had escaped my mind. But yes, Leon Lett.
that was past the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, so was the punt.
No, it was past the line of scrimmage. Yeah, it was
That's
past the
why.
first down line.
Yeah, it's past. Once it goes past the line of scrimmage, if it's touched, it is now.
So anyway, it was
a live
snowing
ball.
on Thanksgiving, and the Cowboys were playing your Dolphins.
Oh, I have seen this.
Yeah, the Dolphins blocked it, but then Leon went and tried to pick it up for some reason.
I had forgotten.
I remember
At least
that.
last night made a little more sense on why you would try to pick it up versus Leon Lett.
I had forgotten.
We should upload that video.
No,
I had forgotten
Upload
that during the
Please.
Leon Lett
No.
play.
you can do it.
So if you're not familiar, the Dolphins were trailing by 2. It
Fins
was
up.
Thanksgiving. A wicked, weird sleet snowstorm hit Dallas. So the whole field is just covered in, it's not like, 2 inches of snow, but it was just like a whole
kinda
field
like-
full of sleet.
It was kind of like Dodge this morning and most of Dundee.
Oh,
And
interesting.
the Dolphins are setting up for a field goal. By the way, did you know that Doug Peterson was the holder on that field goal?
I did not.
Yeah.
Hmm.
And the field goal gets blocked, but it gets deflected.
Yeah, and then it
and it goes forward and it rolls towards the end zone.
really close to the end zone.
And it's rolling and it's rolling,
And
and,
then Leon
players are
Lett.
going after it. And Leon Lett, who was a defensive lineman who had the previous Super Bowl had an infamous play where, and Dallas was winning anyway, so it didn't
They beat
factor in the
Bills
decision.
52-17.
But
it was fine.
it would have been 59-17, but Leon started to kind of, dog it towards the end zone, and Don Beebe comes from behind, punches the ball out, it goes out of the end zone. Dallas loses the opportunity to get more points.
Sad.
Well, the very next year, this kick gets blocked. It's spinning down at the 1 yard line, and in comes Leon, just sliding on the turf, trying to recover this ball. He touches it. Miami recovers it at the 1 with 3 seconds left. They kick the field goal, win the game.
Fins
The
up.
thing I had forgotten about it
Yeah.
was
This is a great
as soon
conversation.
as the ball gets blocked, NBC doesn't follow the ball.
Yeah, they don't take, like-
They immediately cut to the sidelines where dumbass Jarrah is going, "Rrr," and they keep the camera on him. And then he slowly starts to lower his arms as he realizes, I think something went wrong here.
And it did.
And it did, and it was wonderful.
Fins up.
But
I'm happy
to
that you have
Josh's point-
sports joy again, John. College football makes John sad, but the Cowboys suffering
No,
makes
it
John
doesn't
Do the
make me
happy.
Dolphins
sad.
have
It
a
makes
winning
me
record
laugh.
against the Cowboys?
What?
Do the Dolphins have a winning record against the Cowboys?
I don't
All
know.
time?
Yeah.
They might.
Dallas beat him in the Super Bowl. That's all I care about. Super Bowl 6, baby.
Sad.
Remember that? Remember Super Bowl 6?
Nope, I was a baby.
I was negative Matt years old when that Super Bowl
Jeez.
happened. But they
But-
won.
John was saying goo goo gaga.
I was saying,
Spank me, Daddy.
I was saying, damn Cowboys.
Yep. Those are the good old days.
Yep, but they're dead and gone.
Yeah. Oh, they're dead and gone. All right.
I tried desperately to find the Simpsons replay of the play.
I didn't.
They didn't have it
Sadly,
on ESPN?
sadly, they didn't have any of the Simpsons characters
Yeah, it was just a bunch of players who looks like Turpin with the huge helmet and the tiny little bodies.
Yeah.
It's like the Simpsons are there, but
Like
it's
Ralph
like the Toy
Wiggum
Story.
Ralph Wiggum didn't touch the ball for the Cowboys. That was a little disappointing. I'm sure the people watching that broadcast were very confused as to what was happening.
Probably. Yes. Did you see they're doing one for Madden now?
Really?
Yes.
Yeah. NBC is doing one for Madden at the end of the year.
That seems less exciting, like less of a gimmick.
Correct.
Because then it's just Madden.
It's just the video game.
It's just Madden.
Yep. Couldn't agree more. All right.
Fascinating.
And that's the end of our NFL Cowboys discussion for today. But we will do our power rankings.
Yes,
That'll be
well,
fun.
Emo Josh continue to keep the Cowboys in his bottom 5, as he did 3 weeks ago.
They're better than that now.
Are you sure? I mean, they lost Overshown.
Ugh. Yeah, maybe for 2025. And he might be out for a whole next year.
Did you see this? Did you hear about this? The Panthers are favored for the first time in 2 years.
They were favored even before the Overshown injury, yeah.
First time
Panthers
in
are
2
good.
years.
They're sneaky.
They're frisky.
They're 3
They're-
and 10.
They're frisky. They gave the Eagles a good game. Dude, they're good.
But
Watch them. I mean, they're good comparatively to what they were.
3 and 10.
Yeah, they're good versus what they were.
Well, I hope someone's done a welfare check on Leon Lett, because
I'm sure he's fine.
that
Wasn't he the weed guy? Wasn't he the guy who had the car full of weed? Was that what?
that was every Cowboy.
That's
back in
true,
those
but I thought it
days.
was Leon Lett in particular.
I don't know.
Yeah.
It was either weed or coke or
One of
heroin
one
or
of those drugs.
things.
Yeah.
They were properly doped up back in the day.
Hmm.
402-951-1620 is the 42 Degrees the Source hotline by your mom's house.
Nice.
You can also text to that same phone number.
Oh, yeah.
The Equitable Bank inbox, John at 1620thezone.com or John at 1620thezone.com. No, Josh at 1620thezone.com.
Got to be your John.
John at 1620thezone.com.
Right.
Equitable, Personal banking,
You know how it
ringing
goes.
phones,
Oh,
first
yeah.
time,
Oh, yeah.
all that good stuff.
Yep.
And the JTech Construction Zone Twitter page, where we have a poll question up for you. Tom Fornelli of CBS graded every Big Ten team's regular season. He gave Nebraska a B-. What would you give the grade? What would you give the grade?
Interesting topic for
You
today.
can vote, and we'll reveal some of the results. There were some strong opinions.
Okay.
About the nature of the B-. But hey, that's Tom's grade.
Yeah.
You give your grade.
Let's do it.
So all of that and more should be a fun show today.
I can't wait to talk about the Omaha Rays.
I can't either. Baseball.
Will the Omaha Rays actually be a thing?
Let's find out.
Jared Diamond, who writes for the Wall Street Journal, wrote about it last week. We will catch up with him next. Maybe we'll have a lot of baseball, more baseball than we can possibly handle.
That'd be great.
I love baseball.
So much baseball, they're going to have to add even more to the convention. 1620 the zone.
Christmas tree ornaments could talk, what would they?
Welcome back to the program on this Tuesday. Well, it was just a few weeks ago with back-to-back hurricanes that hit the Tampa-St. Pete area, and the second of which doing some significant damage to the Tropicana Dome, the home of the Tampa Rays, with a city that was already, we thought, poised to build a new stadium for their team. There were some concerns as to where the Rays would play. Now, it appears as if next year everything is going to be set up to play at the Yankees spring training location. But there have been some changes in terms of the progress on the Rays' new stadium and any repairs that might be made to the Tropicana Dome in order for them to finish out their term there before the new stadium is complete.
Mm-hmm.
Well, in the moment, we talked a lot about, hey, if the Rays need places to play, we've got a nice big stadium here in Omaha that sits empty for a good chunk of the summer, especially after the College World Series. Maybe they could play a few games here. Well, that was a few months ago.
Mm-hmm.
Things have changed. And even after Major League Baseball made it sound like, okay, yeah, they're going to be fine. They're going to be here, and they're going to play in, the area. They're going to be in the copious minor league parks we have in this area. They'll be fine. The new stadium will be built, all as well. Not so fast, my friend. And to help explain that situation, joining us from the offices of the Wall Street Journal, writer Jared Diamond, who covers baseball for the WSJ. Jared, thanks for joining us. Appreciate you coming on.
I'm glad to be here. Thanks.
Well, kind of fill us in on what has changed in the last few weeks, because apparently it sounded like a procedural vote making progress on the new stadium did not go as planned.
The situation with the Rays Stadium could best be described as a complete mess, and nobody has any idea how it's going to play out. But this is basically where we are now. A few months ago, the Pinellas County Commission, the politicians in charge of all of this, were scheduled to vote to approve some bonds that were going to be used to fund a stadium in St. Petersburg, which had been agreed upon by the team and the county and the city. And then in the wake of the hurricanes, which obviously had this massive effect, that commission inexplicably says, you know what, we're going to push this vote back. We're not going to vote right now. I think they were concerned about what it would look like to approve big public money for a stadium while tons of their constituents were underwater and out of their homes. We're going to push this back. Well, that was a big problem because it pushed it back until after Election Day. Suddenly, 2 new people were voted into this commission that were anti-stadium. And now there's some question about whether this stadium gets built at all. Fine. Okay, they have to work that out. But here's the other problem. Like you mentioned, Tropicana Field is destroyed by the second hurricane. It needs about at least $55 to $60 million of repairs, might be more. The city is saying, we don't really know if we want to repair your stadium if we don't know you're still going to be playing here in a new stadium in the future. So now the Rays have this big mess where they don't know where they're playing in the future. They don't really know where they're playing after 2025 because they're not sure Tropicana Field's ever going to be fixed. And my understanding is they are now operating under the assumption that the earliest Tropicana Field is fixed, is 2027. That's 2 years from now. So the Rays have a little bit of a problem. They're basically homeless.
So, Jared, going to the story, and the reason certainly that we wanted to have you on today was when you wrote the Rays might have to look outside the Tampa Bay area altogether, at least temporarily. Shacking up with the Yankees likely won't be a viable option after 2025. One possibility, according to people familiar with the matter, could be playing at the site of the College World Series in Omaha, Nebraska. So is that something where the Rays, I guess, in theory, would be interested in coming to Omaha, or that Omaha would be interested in welcoming in the Rays? I wonder which side is kind of saying, hey, we would like to be involved here.
Yeah, interesting question. So let's just start at the beginning here. The Rays this year, like you said, are playing in Tampa at the Yankees spring training facility. They're paying the Yankees for that opportunity. The Yankees don't really want them there. They're just kind of taking them in because they were dealt this really bad hand on really short notice. And it is what I know, what I've been told in my reporting, is that this is not going to be a multi-year arrangement. The Yankees say, we'll be happy to have you now. You're desperate. We're not taking you back. Like, this is our facility. We use it for our minor league team. You have to figure out your own problem in 2026. So what are the Rays to do? There aren't a lot of options, right? They're in Florida. It's a terrible place to be playing baseball outside, first of all, in the middle of the summer. There isn't another like domed stadium in Florida that they could go to in their region. There isn't really another major league ready facility in the Tampa Bay region except for Steinbrenner Field, which sort of means, right, we got to look outside. Well, where are you going to go, right? The thing about baseball stadiums, not really easy to share. Not like a hockey or basketball arena where there's days off and you can kind of schedule around. Baseball, they're playing every day. You can't just schedule 162 games in a stadium that's also being used by another pro team. Omaha, as you guys well know, that's the biggest baseball stadium in America that doesn't have a full-time professional tenant. It's essentially a major league ready facility. I'm sure there'd be some work required, but it's sort of the closest to major league ready in a place that you can play baseball in the summer that has 20,000 seats. And it kind of just makes sense. And I can tell you now that, the Rays thinking about playing in Omaha this year, that was not just speculation. That was something that they did, consider before the Yankees kind of stepped up and said, yeah, we'll take you here, which is what, they'd rather stay in their region. And that's what they did. But they were sort of thinking and poking around the possibility of having to play in Omaha this year. And I think they sort of just recognized that if we're going to be stuck having to go somewhere, probably just on a temporary basis, I don't think anyone's really thinking about Omaha at this point as a permanent relocation spot. It just seems like the most logical sort of plug and play place if you need somewhere to go in 2026.
Talking with writer Jared Diamond of the Wall Street Journal, whose story on this broke last week. So would the idea be, or at least what the conversation is, because certainly as we talked it out here a few weeks ago before all of this new stuff developed, it was an idea of, well, the Rays might have to be kind of like a vagabond franchise where they play some games here, just based on who's available. Would this possible 2026 solution be a full year solution in Omaha? Or is it the idea that, well, they could play X number of games here because obviously the College World Series will take up some space? Or how do you see that possibly playing out if Omaha is a viable option in 26?
I think the hope would be that it would be their full-time home and possibly for more than 1 year. We're just talking about 2026 now, but there's a reasonable chance Tropicana Field's never fixed. It's a possibility. The Rays need a permanent home. And I understand why the city of St. Petersburg is saying, we're not going to pay $60 million to repair this place if you're just going to either have a new stadium coming or you're going to leave our market entirely, right? So there's a chance that they're just sort of homeless for 2 or 3 years, right? The best case scenario right now, even if they move ahead with this new stadium in St. Pete, and who knows if they will. We'll find out more in the next few weeks and months. The best case scenario right now is 2029 that it opens. It's not opening before that, which means there's at least a sort of 3-year period where they are potentially unaccounted for. And maybe they fix the trop. There's still a lot of moving pieces, but there's a scenario, a very plausible scenario where 26, 27, 28, they do not have a full-time stadium. And they're not going to want to be nomads, right? That's something that the players union would have a problem with. The players would hate it. The players need homes, right? They're not going to want to live out of suitcases 162 games. They need a home base. And Omaha has sort of emerged as a viable possibility. Now, it's not the only possibility, right? There's other places that are being considered, right? One possibility, for example, is, they share the stadium in Nashville with the sort of hope and expectation that they move to Nashville permanently. That's something that's been bandied about. But in terms of a temporary, the easiest solution would be Omaha. Everybody knows it. The Rays know it. Baseball knows it. And it's not a joke. This is a very viable plan that could happen as soon as next year, with the caveat that there's so many moving parts as it pertains to the Rays right now.
And obviously all of this centers around, who's going to pay for the stadium repairs or how quickly the stadium repairs could happen. You mentioned the numbers, at least in the $50 million a year range. Is that something that the city/county is all on the hook for? Do the Rays have a responsibility to this? How does that process work?
The way the Rays agreement works with the use of Tropicana Field is that it's the responsibility of the city, entirely the city, to repair Tropicana Field. That's the agreement they have. My understanding is that the agreement they have in place for this potential new stadium in the future would require the Rays to do the repair of any damage to the stadium, which like I don't think this might not be the last time a stadium in Florida is damaged, considering how frequent these hurricanes seem to be coming. But in this case, it is the responsibility of the city to repair. And like they have insurance, and there's probably money coming from the government, from FEMA. But it's going to take time, and they don't even really necessarily fully know how much damage was done. Like they did an initial report that I think they concluded like $58 million. But anyone that's done a project on their home, you start knocking down walls, you start seeing what's buried beneath what you could see, and suddenly that 55 million becomes 100 million or 150 million. They don't really know. They're not going to know till they start. And the city's kind of like, are you even going to be playing in our market a couple of years from now? Like, it's like a really big mess. I also just want to quickly point out the College World Series does not have any bearing on this plan potentially happening. The College World Series is not like a month long, right? Like you could make a Major League Baseball schedule, the Rays play 81 games in Omaha, and sort of work around the whatever number of days it's in use for the College World Series. That is not a deal breaker, right? The San Antonio Spurs famously have to leave their stadium for like 3 weeks, arena for 3 weeks here for the rodeo. You could make it work for how long is the College World Series? 2 weeks, 10 days? It's not a month.
Yeah, there's that. But then there is the Big Ten baseball tournament, which is a couple of weeks ahead of that.
See you later.
But way back in the day at the old stadium, the Omaha Royals minor league team had to make. So, yes, They have done things. And famously, way back when, this is probably before either of you were born, but famously the Republican convention was at the Astrodome back in the 80s, and the Astros were out of there for like 3 weeks. So
wow.
There are workarounds that
you can make it work. And again, the Rays are kind of good at, or potentially.
Omaha has the opportunity. They'll move heaven and earth to make sure that there's a good workaround.
I think the Rays are like they don't really have a lot of ability to ask for things. They're kind of desperate. They're the ones that don't have a place to play. They'll just be happy that there's a city that's willing to take them in, where they don't need to spend $100 million to make the stadium major league ready.
Jared, one more from me then. I'm curious about the timeline. Like if this is actually going to happen, what would that look like, and how soon would the parties kind of come together and agree on something?
So, okay. Rob Manfred has said publicly that he wants a plan, and that he wants sort of all of this worked out by opening day of 2025, that they know they're going to do in 2026. Whether that happens, we'll see. People I've talked to with the Rays say that they would like to have a plan in place for 26 by sometime in February, basically by the start of spring training. Now, whether that's realistic, we'll see, but that's like they would like to know soon. Like, and I do think opening day, in April, that's a reasonable goal. They do not want to be in the position they were in this year, where spring training starts in like 2 months and they don't know where they're playing that season. Like, they didn't have any choice, right? The hurricane happened in October. They had to scramble, but they don't want to be doing that again. They want their players also to know what's going on. Like, we forget, these players, they are people, and they do have families, and suddenly they don't even know where they're going to be playing next. They didn't know, there's legitimate sort of human cost here. So I understand why everyone's figure this out, so everyone could at least plan whatever it is. It's not an ideal situation. Maybe for Omaha it is, because you might get a major league team for a few years, but it's not an ideal situation for most people, but at least there'll be clarity. So I think the hope is opening day. Whether they meet that timeline, we'll see. But from what you're saying, it sounds like Omaha would be thrilled to have them. So
I don't think there's any question they would, at least, even if it's for a temporary deal. But man, this is
fascinating.
Yeah, it is, because I kind of thought this ship had sailed, but then what's going on with the new stadium vote, and the city wanting some assurances. I would, if I had to guess, I would say more than likely they'll figure something out so that they're in Tampa. But, the fact that it's gotten to this point and people like to, muscle in and kind of strut, politicians do.
Mhm.
You never know. So
Interesting.
it's definitely worth
I
following.
agree. I do think they'll end up staying in that region ultimately. But look, that still leaves them with nowhere in 2026. Even if they fix Tropicana Field, that's not going to be ready in 2026. So there's at least 1 year. We basically know there's at least 1 year where they need somewhere to go. So even if it's a 1 year deal, it's better than nothing. And
That's
listen,
true.
Oklahoma City was once a temporary market for a sports team. And look what's happened, as a result of that temporary move to Oklahoma City. And now they've been very supportive of an NBA team for years.
Great point. Jared Diamond, Wall Street Journal. Jared, we really appreciate it. Thanks for the insight. And we will definitely keep track of this story. That's for sure.
Thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jared.
Jared Diamond joining us from the offices of the Wall Street Journal. There's a lot of different, moving pieces to this and a lot of weird logistical things. But what I would be curious to see if, let's say, just for argument's sake, 2026, the Rays have to, play most of their games in Omaha or most of their home games, or if not, maybe all of their home games in Omaha. How does it work with the whole TV territorial thing? Because this is in the Royals territory, et cetera.
And I know
would the Royals have any issues with that? Would the
great
Storm
question.
Chasers have any issues? Because that's obviously cutting into their potential
Because people would say, why would I go to minor league when I go watch Major League Baseball?
Also, obviously it affects the people at Mecca who upkeep the building. Creighton still has a lease there, so they still play some games there.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, that would affect their schedule, at least for April and May. Yes, there's the College World Series. You would have to hire more folks, to upkeep the ballpark. There are probably some things that they'll want to upgrade in the stadium.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, we did play the one Major League game here, and that's why we got the newer lights. But they may want to add another video board. You got to think about advertising because whatever Rays advertising there is, how's that all going to work?
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of weird little logistical things.
Fun, weird activity stuff that baseball stadiums always have too.
Well, I think that would be low on the list at this point.
Oh, but yeah, you'd still want it.
And
but it's just all of those logistical things because, like the Rays right now, they're selling ads, right?
Yeah.
The official insurance company of the Rays, the official barbershop, the whatever. And so now all of a sudden, if you're in Omaha.
Are you dipping like in two markets, where it's like commercials for Tampa and getting commercials for Omaha? And I know I've been joking about you being the new voice of the Rays, but I would wonder what would that look like from a local media standpoint? Like we don't have a whatever Bally's, FanDuel, whatever the network is now. We don't have one of those in Omaha. Are we talking about on like one of the secondary local channels? Are we talking about the Fox Sports Midwest? I mean, like he said, it's most likely or more likely than not that they end up, still in Florida,
But as he said, 2026 right now, the Yankees have said, hey, we'll let you use our minor league park this year, but next year, no.
Yeah.
Now, maybe that could change. Remember, there's a lot of baseball facilities in the state of Florida.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Pensacola has a AAA team.
So there probably are some other options. I would guess that the commissioner will lean on the team as hard as possible to keep them down there instead of moving them up here. That'd be my guess.
Yeah.
But, the door is open.
Definitely.
The door is open. How much is yet to be seen, but it has been reopened versus where it was a few weeks ago when it seemed like, that was a fun half-day topic, and now we move on.
Yeah. We have two big pieces of sports flash. Should we get to them now, or should we take a break and do it on the other side before Brunsey?
Yes, let's do that.
Let's do that.
Two
pieces of info and
sports flashes
and a third sports flash
Two
related
hot
to
coffees.
Nebraska's former head coach and a hire he just made.
Three sports flashes?
Three hot flashes.
Stand by. We'll have all of them next on 1620 The Zone. But if you're looking for a way to help your favorite school without breaking the bank, we want to introduce you to On the Line. On the Line has a solution for you, for those of you who would like to donate to your favorite school's NIL efforts. And it's a fun, engaging way to help you do so that actually attaches itself to how well your team performs. On the Line is partnered with all of our major local schools, Creighton, Omaha, Nebraska. And right now, if you go to athleticsontheline.com, you can attach any measurable metric. A lot of people will choose wins, but You might choose points for your favorite player or rebounds, whatever the case may be. You attach a dollar figure to that metric, and then whatever happens, that'll be your donation in to that school's NIL fund. On the line, and your contributions can help recruit and retain the best student athletes in the country. So sign up today. Find out more. Just visit the website. See how it works. athleticsontheline.com. That's athleticsontheline.com. Gamify your giving. Help your favorite school, Blue Jay, Husker, or Mav, at athleticsontheline.com.
Sports Flash. Sports
Time for an unsportsmanlike conduct. Time for an unsportsmanlike conduct. Sports Flash. Sports Flash. Sports Flash. The hell? What are we supposed to do with this? Which one am I supposed to hit? Which one of these posts?
You
so
started
much
off,
news
John.
coming out. John Butler is the new defensive coordinator at Nebraska. Shock, surprise. I know we're all shocked about it.
Sports Flash. Sports Flash.
All right, get to the next one.
And then Phil Snow is the new associate head coach. He's not the defensive coordinator.
No. What about the other one?
And then Chiefs assistant defensive line coach Terry Braden has been hired. Did you get all that?
It's like a video game.
Damn. Holy cow.
Incredible idea.
I apologize to those of you who are in your cars and
I don't.
may have hit somebody. That was a lot. It was a lot to deal with.
So, yeah. If
So
you missed it, let's go back to the beginning.
At the top.
Yeah, John Butler. This is Pete Thamel had all of these, by the way. It was like tweet, tweet, tweet. Pete Thamel, Pete Thamel, Pete Thamel. John Butler is going to be the new defensive
What, Matt
coordinator.
couldn't have done this during the bowl press conference this morning? Could have
Exactly.
dealt with it. Whatever.
If you've heard me say it over the last week and change, it was because I was told last week, I believe I was told last Monday, that John Butler was going to be Nebraska's next defensive coordinator, and I've been saying so for a week. Sure enough, he is going to be the next defensive coordinator. He is set to promote John Butler, is what Pete Thamel said. The next tweet was Phil Snow. Phil Snow, associate head coach. I have been told, John, that it will be in kind of one of those advisory. He's going to help out a lot with the defensive side of the ball in terms of, maybe the younger spry boy, John Butler, and the elder Phil Snow, doing stuff above him.
Phil Snow is 68. John Butler is 51.
Almost nice. And then
for what it's worth.
This is new. I didn't see
This
or
one's
heard about
new.
this.
Terry
Yeah.
Braden, who currently is the assistant defensive line coach of the Kansas City Chiefs, a former quality control coach and defensive assistant. So he's been with the Chiefs since 2017. He's been there for 8 seasons.
Interesting.
Is going to be the new defensive line coach. I'm still looking up more information on Braden and his background.
Well, how about this? Pete Thamel had a follow-up. He is a former head coach, high school head coach in Florida, and he worked in 2014 at FAU. He's a former Howard quarterback. How about that?
Okay.
Former college quarterback as a defensive line coach. Very, very interesting. Well, we'll have Mitch Holtis on tomorrow. We can ask him about this guy.
Yeah, we'll ask him what he thinks about Terry Braden.
Hey, enough about you pulling all these games out of your ass. Tell us about this new defensive line coach. So to recap then, Butler, new DC, Phil Snow, associate head coach, Braden, defensive line coach, and I don't think we've mentioned it today, but Phil Simpson, excuse me, he is also joining the program as the outside linebackers coach, the edge coach. So that is four changes.
I believe for the moment, that means every position is whole. There's no empty positions because remember they hired the new receivers coach from Kentucky last week. We're gonna, you know what? We're gonna have to
put it on the list.
No, we're gonna have to put all the names back up there.
Yeah, time to erase the record predictions. Everyone was wrong.
Everyone was wrong, but
everyone
except for Nick.
Thank you.
Yeah.
But just so we can keep all these names. But so as far as we can tell, every full-time position has a position coach. Now, every spot's been filled. And apparently you've added an associate head coach position that sometimes gets assigned to one of the guys on the staff. But remember, now you can have basically unlimited coaches. The only real assignment is which coaches do you give recruiting responsibilities to, those who can go out and, recruit versus those that can't. But if you want to make your defensive coordinator just a defensive coordinator,
you can do it.
You can do it. If you want to make a position coach just a position coach, or if you want to make somebody just a recruiter, you can do that. So my guess is that Phil Snow will that role. Yes, it will have a coaching component, but it might also be like a chief of staff type situation.
D'Lo says the defensive line coach is better known as Beef Wellington. Yeah, we have to give him a name. You have pot roast, and now you have Beef Wellington. I like that. That's a great idea.
Well, not every defensive line coach has had a food nickname.
The pot roast last night, tasty. I've
You
always
damn-
liked it.
you
And then
damn right.
I had soup for lunch today.
See? You're growing up.
I'm enjoying great.
Did you put any gravy on it?
On the what?
And you're not just saying
Any of
this
it.
because you
On
got to
my
get
soup?
on her good side, right?
No.
Good for you.
She's a great cook, man.
See, I told you.
She's an incredible
Told you you'd like pot roast. Is delicious.
Many people are wondering about other coaches that are still on the staff. Ed Foley is still employed. Yada yada yada.
Yeah,
Okay.
every position coach has now been filled.
I still will say, I'm going to say it again right now into the camera. Ed Foley will not be the special teams coach or coordinator next season. His contract is up at the end of the year. And by the end of the year, I mean the end of the month.
Mm-hmm.
Barthel, I also believe that he will not be on the staff in 2025. His contract is also up at the end of December 2024. David asked, DB coach, that would be Mr. Butler, I would assume.
Unless they decide.
You can hire as many people as you want.
Right.
So there you go.
Yeah.
Sid Destroyer 1 says, I hope so. It's going to happen. I don't know how many times I have to tell everybody. Just chill out. It's going to be fine. Now, I'm not a huge fan of the Butler promotion. I'll be honest. Like, maybe it won't be fine. But Foley's not going to be the special teams coordinator next year.
Well, as we talked about, and I think it was last week, John Butler has only been a defensive coordinator at the Power 5, Power 4, and or NFL level 1 year, and that was when he was at Penn State in 2013. After that, that's when he went to the NFL, first with the Texans, then with the Bills, before he came back to college last year to coach with Nebraska. So this is certainly leans into the idea of having Phil Snow, who was Matt Rule's defensive coordinator at Baylor, to have him on the staff. And so you have someone there to help.
Mm-hmm.
If you have any qualms or concerns about, John Butler, just having another voice in the room. So, I mean, you could look at it as co-defensive coordinators in a way if you want to.
That's John. Astute observation.
You could.
Astute observation.
You could.
Jordan, or no, excuse me, not Jordan. John, the guy who's a troll, says, yeah, but Satterfield is still there. For now, again, the season's not over. Is the season over? No. They still play another game in 18 days.
It doesn't matter if the season's over or not over.
Yeah, well.
They can move on from somebody anytime they want.
And also, I don't think Satterfield's going to be back, but if he is, he's not calling plays anymore. You don't have to be afraid of the big bad Satterfield calling plays anymore. He's not doing it.
I'll put it on the list. I think Satterfield will be back next year. I think he'll be the tight ends coach.
Well, I don't think
or maybe he'll have a role.
Okay.
And no, he won't be getting paid $1.4 million.
No, and who cares? It's not your money.
Not that it matters.
Not that it matters. All right.
But I think Satterfield will be back next year.
We're probably gonna have to
in some role with the team.
Mm-hmm.
No, he's not calling plays. We already know who's calling plays.
Yeah.
But I think
he can't hurt you anymore, folks.
I think Satterfield is back.
He can't hurt you anymore.
That's my item for the list.
Mm.
But this was something, and we talked about it yesterday. This is important because you're in a position right now where even though recruiting is done, I'm using air quotes because obviously I know there's another signing period, but the real recruiting, aka the new age recruiting, the transfer portal, has just begun. And don't know if you know this, but Nebraska's got some holes to fill.
Do they?
In case you missed it.
People love this graphic. People will not stop commenting on this graphic.
Well, it's a great graphic. It's descriptive. It tells you everything you need to know. All of the players that we know of that have entered or have said they will enter the portal.
Mine's pretty
AJ Rollins was added to that list today.
Sounds like
For
a
some
wrestler.
reason, Eric Gilbert's name came up. I thought he was already gone.
Dude, I saw that. He's going. Wait.
But hey, it's being reported, so I'm putting it on the list.
Get the tomatoes.
Yesterday, we learned of Keona Davis. So you got a long list there, but there's a lot of defensive guys, especially in the front seven. So
Bayman wants to know how you can read that without your glasses.
Because I have supervision now.
Interesting.
So what I did was I went to the Huskers.com and I took a screenshot of just the people that are listed as defensive ends and or defensive linemen, because that's how it's listed on the chart. It no longer separates by tackle end, even though Jordan Ochoa is listed as a defensive end. Everyone else is listed as a defensive lineman. Obviously, some schools might list people as an edge. Nebraska doesn't do that, at least on Huskers.com. But these are all of the people from the 2024 roster that were listed as defensive linemen / ends. I have crossed out in red those who have announced that they have entered the portal.
Okay.
Like Jackson, like Butler, like Waller, like Brody Tagaloa, like James Williams.
Seems like he needs glasses.
He sounds like he's listing off names of reindeer.
It does, doesn't it? Also, I have
on
just
Tagaloa,
I've
on
just
Williams,
I've just put a couple of red X's over Nash and Ty because they're seniors.
on
They'll
Butler and Jackson.
They'll be expiring their eligibility after this bowl game, assuming they play in the bowl game. But look at, there's a lot of people, a lot of spots that need to be filled.
A lot of spots. Hey,
Now-
maybe you get some of them back now that they have a defensive line coach.
Too many spots.
He can say, I know
Perhaps.
Patrick Mahomes. He could get Mahomes on the phone. Oh, yeah, he's going to be a really great defensive line coach.
And then they're like, Dylan's right there.
I think if I were a defensive lineman, I'd rather hear from Chris Jones.
Good point, John.
'Cause,
Though he got a bad
actually
penalty
plays-
on Sunday night.
He actually plays defense.
And then they won.
That's
true.
Mahomes doesn't. But anyway, that's not the point. The point is Nebraska's got to fill some spots. They've got to fill some spots on the defensive line.
Mm-hmm.
And so it was important to try to fill some of these spots as fast as possible so that now that the portal is open, that you can actually show folks as they're coming to you or as you're talking to them on Zoom chats or maybe going and flying out to seeing them, going to meeting them at random convention centers, whatever the case may be.
Nice.
That you can say, okay, here's our defensive coordinator. Here's my buddy Phil, who's also going to be, involved with the defense. And here's Terry Braden of the two-time defending Super Bowl champion Kansas City Chiefs. He's going to be your D-line coach. Now you have that.
Mm-hmm.
Very important. Very important. So I'm glad to see that, they're moving quickly and hopefully smartly. I'll assume so.
Mm-hmm.
Certainly, Rule is leaning into a relationship with Phil Snow, a guy he trusts, which makes sense. And again,
he wanted Phil Snow to be his full-time defensive coordinator a couple years ago.
Just like with the Dana Holgerson hire, it's taking advantage of the new rules that we probably didn't discuss enough in the moment. Because we had talked about it before in terms of hey, you could hire a coaching staff and you can hire a recruiting staff. Well, yes, that's certainly at play here, but also it gives you the ability to go out and find people like this and plug them into place. And then as you're kind of working out the details of everything else, you can figure out at some point, all right, this is the guy I want to go out on the recruiting trail. This is the guy I want to go into the lab. You have that freedom to do that. It's very NFL-like. You look at a lot of NFL coaches.
I bet it's in that 400-page manifesto that Belichick has.
Go to the Chiefs website.
Thank you, Nick.
Go to the Chiefs website, and you'll see Terry Braden's name in there. But look at all the coaches they have on their staff. Go look at any NFL team. They got a lot of coaches.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of coaches.
Jeff says, any worry, Rule is moving too far to an NFL-style staff.
No.
Like Iowa?
Like Iowa. No.
Because, again, you're not going to ignore recruiting.
No.
You're going to have people on your coaching staff that can recruit.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone's moving to this. Go look at Georgia's staff.
Again, I made the Belichick joke a second ago, but that's what he wants. He wants a staff that is about coaching, and then he wants another staff about player evaluation and recruiting. It's like, that's college football now. It is moving.
It is moving towards the NFL.
We're about to get paid. It's going to be pay
them
for play. So, yeah, that's what you got to do.
So there you go.
Take advantage of the rules, man.
There you go. The latest information. And if you're just joining us, John Butler, new defensive coordinator. Phil Snow, new associate head coach, but will probably be helping strongly with the defense.
Oh, yeah.
And Terry Braden,
yeah,
in his 8th year with the Kansas City Chiefs, is the new new defensive line coach. He was the assistant D-line coach for the Chiefs.
And I mentioned a UCF update before we talked to Brunts. According to Chris Vanini, they have hired Mackenzie Milton as their quarterbacks coach, which everyone expected to happen. And there you go. Remember Mackenzie Milton?
I do.
There you go.
No, I'm not going to Manhattan to watch them play. Yesterday, you said we should go down to Kansas State, and watch them play next year. I said no.
What does Kansas State have to do with anything?
You wanted us to go down to Kansas State and watch the UCF Kansas State game next year.
Oh,
so that we could be close to Frost.
Oh, yeah, we can do that.
No, we're not doing that.
Oh, okay.
You can do that.
Nah, I'm good.
Michael Bruns can do that.
He can. Maybe
And
we'll ask him.
And now we get a chance to hear from Bruns and get his first thoughts on all of this stuff.
Awesome.
When news breaks, we play 3 sports flashes over top of each other on
Yeah, we do.
1620 The Zone.
Here's a story of a man named Brunsey who covers Husker sports, boys and girls, like football and basketball, even weightlifting, like front squats and curls. Then one day, good old Brunsey called a talk show, and acting on what they thought was a hunch, John and Josh wanted to start a family. And now we get to talk to Michael Brunts. It's Michael Brunts. Michael Brunts. Now we get to talk to Michael Brunts.
And we get to talk to Brunts as the dawning of a new age begins. The Butler Snow era. Which sounds like if Jon Snow and Daenerys did have a child, that would be their first child's name is Butler Snow.
Butler Snow.
Well, no, because
you know nothing but the Snow.
they'd be married. So
Snow
wouldn't be the last
remember,
name.
Snow is a bastard's name.
Yeah, John.
In Game of Thrones.
It'd be Targaryen.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Snow was a better name than Targaryen in my opinion.
Brunts, Snow or Targaryen? Better last name.
Snow. It's easier to say. I think that,
and easier to spell because you got the whole A and the E thing, and it's just really confusing.
I don't know how to spell Targaryen. I read the
Now,
books.
if Nebraska had a defensive coordinator by the name of Targaryen, there's a lot of fun that could be had. And just like in Ndamukong Suh, we would learn how to spell it and say it in relatively fine order. So we'd be smarter because of it. So maybe we do need to hire a Targaryen instead of a Butler Snow.
Maybe we do.
So Brunsey,
I don't know that we do need it. We can find other ways to be smarter. I think we can do that.
Well, then let's transition with this. Were these smart hires?
Nice.
Loaded question.
Yeah, I mean it's a loaded question. I guess I don't know. Of the guys that are involved in this, it's like a trade wire thing. It's like who you getting here. I think of those names, the Phil Snow hire that stands out actually more to me than anything. Just because he was always kind of the voice and this figure that's always kind of been in Matt Rule's background and somebody that he obviously values a ton, especially given that he brought him up here in November just for a little look-see. But yeah, I think that's interesting to me. John Butler, for as experienced as he is as an assistant coach, there's not a lot of coordinating experience there. So having somebody like Phil Snow on staff to kind of be, that veteran kind of sounding board, I can see there's certainly some value in that. So yeah, I mean, and we'll see. And then, you've got Terry Braden as the new defensive line coach apparently. And, he's been out of the college game for a while, but, as much as it pains me, he's worked with an okay team down there in Kansas City. So he's got that experience, but, we'll see. But I mean, if it felt like if this was kind of going to be where things were going to land with John Butler being the guy, you kind of needed to get it out there, I think, a little bit sooner than later with portal recruiting happening and kind of getting some of those things settled because, especially on the defensive side of the ball, you're going to have a lot of deck chairs to shuffle and reset and find guys that can help you next season.
Bruns, I wanted to ask you about that timing because there will be some who will say, hey, why not just announce this last week if this is ultimately where you were going to go, with? So does that tell us that they struck out on other candidates or was this going to be the plan all along?
I don't know. I mean, I think, you probably wanted to get everything in place before you started to announce it too. I mean, I think that could be part of it. I mean, the fact that you're dealing with, one coach who's in the NFL and frankly had been a name that had not been on the radars of people as a possibility. I don't know that I would necessarily say it's, striking out. I do kind of wonder if there was a little bit of a bit, not a tryout, but, Matt Rule probably wanted to see how that looked in practice a little bit with John Butler handling things. I think that was a little bit of a piece of it too. So, I mean, it's somewhat similar, I guess, to what he did in some ways with Dana Holgorsen. You let him kind of be around for a little bit, see how it feels, and move forward when the time came. But yeah, I mean, like I said, I think the addition of Snow is probably the most interesting piece of it to me, and kind of what his role is going to be, because the title was associate head coach, I think, which is a little bit of a nebulous thing, but somebody that's going to have a lot of say in various parts of the operation over there.
Michael Bruntz joining us from Husker 24/7. If you're just joining us, John Butler has been made officially the full-time defensive coordinator. Former longtime Matt Rule assistant and former DC Phil Snow is the associate head coach, but believed to will have some influence on the defense. And Terry Braden, currently with the Kansas City Chiefs, is the new defensive line coach. Was Butler doing any recruiting since he arrived in the summer? Do we know if he's going to have any recruiting responsibilities moving forward? What do we understand about that?
Yeah, it's been kind of interesting to see how he's kind of handling things, I guess. I mean, when you talk to 2026 defensive backs, he was doing or handling a lot of the recruiting in tandem with other coaches. Jamar Mosey's been really active in certainly in Kansas. If there's a defensive back down there that Nebraska's talking to, he's talking to John Butler, he's talking to M2. So, that's kind of what it's been. I mean, it's going to be kind of fascinating, I think, to see how everything shakes out, because, you've got this rule now where, you don't have to have your coordinators out. You can, mix and match who you're sending out. And I think Nebraska, to its credit, has done a pretty nice job of really capitalizing on that rule change. I mean, you look at, Jamar Mosey's been out and was really responsible for 3 or 4 guys in that 2025 class. I think Phil Simpson, who was also, back in Lincoln now as the outside linebackers coach, he's going to be able to help Nebraska significantly in South Florida. So, there's not as much pressure, I guess, for the coordinators, both Holgorsen and Butler, to have to be front and center as a recruiter. I mean, they can kind of, go where they need to and rather than having to be one of the 10. So that's, I think, one of the strengths of Nebraska's staff right now, the way that it's built, is that you just have these kind of young, hungry, connected coaches that can get on the road and recruit. And, you can have these guys kind of back in Lincoln coordinating things and kind of focusing more on the X's and O's and the bigger picture stuff.
Bruntz, yesterday, in regards to Dylan Raiola, was a day filled with worry and rumors all over the internet, and it ended with him posting a story on his Instagram, reassuring Husker fans. This is like semi-joking, but also a little serious. Do you wish that more players kind of handled it that way, where it was just like, hey, I am coming back, just so you know, so you don't have to worry about it anymore and don't have to wonder aloud if player X or Y is entering the portal?
Yeah, I mean, I know everybody kind of rolls their eyes about, having to do that nowadays, but I mean, it's the question's there, right? I mean, I don't know that there's a lot of, players even around the country that you would say like, okay, this guy is absolutely tied to the school and will be there for X number of years. So, it's kind of the nature of things now, with the way things are and just kind of being the Wild West. And it probably would help. I mean, I've kind of thought about this where it's like, okay, if you're, you get to bowl practices or towards the end of the season, I mean, is it a fair question to ask a guy if he's going to be back next year? It might be a little bit tacky, but I mean, that's kind of the nature of college football right now.
Yeah,
so,
I think it's a good question.
Him putting that out there, at least ease the question a little bit. You've seen a few other guys do it as well. But, with the way that college football is right now, when are you actually, locked in? I guess when the games actually start in August. That's when it's when you can kind of breathe a little bit easier.
This is when the cynic walks in the room and says, yeah, it was about this time last year where Dylan changed his mind about something else too. So what does that mean? Right? You know what I'm saying? Like, so I could see someone say, yeah, but what good is it going to do? Because they might change their mind a week later when a bigger offer comes along. But I do understand just hearing it, having it, as some kind of reassurance. Listen, if we're going to give unlimited free agency to everybody, then it's always a fair question, in my opinion, to ask if someone's going to be back the following year.
Yeah, well, if you're constantly reassessing value, every year, that's you almost have to look at it now as just kind of year to year, and that's just how without rules or guardrails or anything like that. That's kind of where we're left right.
Bruns, in terms of the roster size, there are another 3 dozen players that still have to enter the portal just to get it down to the 105. Though we did learn, I think yesterday or maybe a couple days ago, that number doesn't have to get hit until like game week. So should make for a really interesting August, I guess, around the country. But I wonder if there are any more wow surprises that and it's hard to answer that question, right? Like, well, if it's a surprise, then it's not a surprise to me because I'd already know. But I wonder if you think that there are going to be more players that are like, oh my gosh, that guy is going into the portal as long as this thing lasts.
Yeah, I'd never say never on anything. And do we know for sure that that's actually what it's going to be is game week? I was talking to some player personnel folks a couple of weeks ago, and they're still kind of in the dark about when that actually is, and what that's going to look like. So, yeah, it's Matt Rule said it again today on his teleconference for the bowl game. It is pretty remarkable that, Nebraska still is like 40 players short of where they need to be. And that's still dependent on what they do in the portal. So, yeah, I don't know. I'm expecting that maybe as you get, maybe a little bit closer to the bowl game, you probably see some walk-ons announce that they're going in, but still going to be part of the roster for the bowl game. I don't know, but I would think if a guy wants to have a spot for next spring and be settled, and I would hope that guys understand that you probably don't want to belabor this too long and sit in the portal too long. You need to kind of make some decisions about whether you're staying or going.
So, Bruns, in terms of the answer to the first question, this is from Ross Dellinger yesterday. He had a screenshot of some, I imagine it's the rules. It says, when must schools be compliant with the new roster limits? Beginning in the 25-26 academic year for fall sports, schools must be at or below the roster limits prior to the first date of competition that counts for championship selection in relevant sport, a.k.a. opening day. So, they could go into August with 120 and then cut players down, and then those players are screwed.
Yeah. No, it's terrible. I hadn't seen that yesterday, so that's good to know. It's like you get to like game week and it'd just be like cut day in the NFL.
Exactly. Wouldn't it make more sense to have a summer date like June 1st, whenever everybody is out of school? Because I know some schools have quarters, some have semesters, but there's always a point in the summer where everybody's out of school where you could say, all right, by June 15th.
Correct. Because you need enough time to get then to a different school and then go through
Correct.
practice. You don't want it to even be in August because that's too late.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That way you're at least doing it at a clean break, because I don't know if you know this, some of these kids go to school.
Interesting.
They go to class.
Interesting.
So, have you guys drawn straws yet on who's going to New York?
We've got we've drawn straws. BC, we're going in waves. So BC will be the first wave. I will be the second wave. So that's the lineup.
Oh, so you're not renting a Ram and driving in a pickup truck?
That was not our choice.
I know.
We had some tire issues, but hey, I will say that it was perfect for the Indiana trip.
Yes,
that Dodge Ram. It got fantastic gas mileage for an extended cab truck.
The Indiana game. Wow.
Think of all the room, and you could have helped someone. Maybe if someone was moving that day.
Hey, you need me to throw a bed in the bed of the truck?
Lincoln, you could have brought it back for him.
My probably point of pride from that trip was parallel parking that thing in downtown Terre Haute when we were looking for the Larry Bird statue. So that was a high point of that trip, I think.
Nice.
Was just fitting that thing right in there.
Does Terre Haute still have that smell?
You're going to need to be more specific, John. But
Well, I
believe
mean, there's
they
just
do.
a certain
You know it
smell.
when you smell it,
Yeah.
I think is the answer to that
Those
question,
of us
Bruns.
of the Valley days remember the smell of Terre Haute.
Nice.
Yeah. I mean, it was a nice town.
Poll question, does Terre Haute have a smell?
I didn't have an issue with Terre. I enjoyed some times in Terre Haute, but you know, it's just
It was different. It's a different smell than Peoria, I think. That's probably fair.
Nice.
That's fair.
Yeah.
All right, Brunsey. Well, we appreciate it. Thanks for coming on, and we'll talk to you next week.
Sounds good, guys. Thanks.
Bye, Bruns.
Michael Bruns, Husker 24/7.
I just retweeted, by the way, if anybody wants to see the Dellinger little screenshot about what's going on with the roster limits.
It makes no sense.
They can have more than 105 during fall camp.
Why would you allow that?
Yeah.
Why would you allow that? Why wouldn't you have a cutoff time that gives everybody an opportunity to either figure out what they're going to do with their lives? And I'm guessing most schools, I hope that most schools will have some kind of an understanding, you know, that, hey, you 15 guys that are still on the roster, you won't be on the roster as of the beginning of the season.
Maybe it was just overlooked. Maybe they're also just now figuring this out. They're like, oh, crap, that's right.
It wouldn't be the first time that something the NCAA has done came without foresight.
Exactly.
Or thinking.
Mm-hmm.
They should have worn their glasses.
Maybe they should have. Maybe they should have. All right. Well, it seems like we've solved every problem today.
Have we?
They got a defensive coordinator. They got the.
Well, we still have the hot take market to get to.
And we also have
Smell-a-hoot, says Dave.
Bill. We also
Terre
have
Haute?
also have Bill Belichick. We have not heard
Oh!
anything yet.
We have
on
not talked
Bill
about
Belichick, but we've got plenty to talk about with Bill Belichick
Mm.
and the North Carolina Tar Heels.
By the way, I sent that thing to Bruns, and he asked me, is there anything about spring and winter sports? For those sports, schools must be at or below the roster limits not later than December 1st or the first contest that counts for championship selection in a relevant sport. So for basketball next season, I don't even remember. What's the men's limit? Do you remember?
I think it's 15.
So before December 1st or the first game, which would be in, November, that's when they would have to be below the 15.
I think it's 15. Is it 15?
I don't know.
I'll look it up.
Yeah.
NCAA, man. I'll do that during the break.
There you go.
Instead of just talking out my typing. I have to
Perfect.
talk out my typing.
Yeah, we know.
If
You're
I'm
an
trying
old-
to talk and type at the same time.
I have to type.
It's not easy.
And talk at the same time.
It's not something I'm used to.
Well, you should practice it.
I don't need to practice it.
Okay.
I don't want to practice it.
Okay. Well, let's go to break then so you can type.
By the way, it's 15.
There you go. You got the answer. 15.
16-20 the zone. This week's Zone Deal is to Le Voltaire, a locally owned French restaurant serving the Omaha community for over 20 years. It's unpretentious down-home cooking, serving classic French dishes, handcrafted cocktails, and more. And this week, you can get two $25 vouchers, which is worth $50 for only $25. That's a half price, friends. On sale this Friday, December 13th. Friday the 13th at
9 a.m.
Also, fellas, keep listening because we're also giving away those half-off deals on the Grum today. Or not today, but this week.
Okay.
Nice.
I'm looking forward to it. Some comments coming in about the news of today. Joseph asks, with Rule being a defensive guy, now Butler and Snow, are we getting to the point of too many cooks in the kitchen on that side of the ball?
Too many cooks.
Dare I say, the answer to this is actually now no.
Why?
I think that the issue in 2024 was Tony White was a differing kind of mindset and viewpoint on things versus the Butler, Rule, Snow kind of vibe. And I think now you remove him from the equation. Now, that's not me saying it's going to be good or improved. I'm just saying I think they will all be on the same page now.
I'll put this on the list. Nebraska's defense will not be a top 20 scoring defense next year.
All right.
That's going to sound but considering they've done it the last 2 years, no, ain't happening next year.
It is going on to the wow. That's your second list item of the day.
They ain't going to be there next year.
Okay,
that doesn't mean they're going to be a worse team necessarily, but I think where Nebraska's going right now is they're going to expect to score a lot more because they're going to give up a lot more, or at least more.
Yeah, for sure.
I think it's pretty hard to
I think
ask.
that's a solid list item. That'll have to go on the next year's graph or on the next year's document, but I think that's a solid list item. I do.
Just a couple of quick things because Terry Braden is the one of the three hires that we're not as familiar with.
I keep almost hearing Brad Shaw,
yeah,
and it's not satisfying.
It'd be fun if Nebraska hired Terry Bradshaw to be their defensive line coach. That'd be an awesome bit.
But like I said, he's been a defensive quality control coach, and which is a fancy way of saying an analyst.
It is. It's the NFL version of an analyst.
Yeah. Or as he has been the last 4 years, an assistant defensive line coach with the Chiefs.
Yeah.
He was a quarterback in college. He played at Howard and Tuskegee. And then he began as a special teams quality control assistant at Florida Atlantic in 2014. He also was a GA at Bethune-Cookman, and he was a high school head coach at his alma mater, which is Riviera Beach, Florida.
Mm-hmm.
And then he joined the Chiefs in 2017.
So that's what we know about him.
So he has not been a full-time assistant at the pro. Well, I guess full-time's not the right word. He hasn't been the main.
There you go. A singular position coach.
Correct.
Yeah, because we got an email a little bit ago from John who wrote, "It's awesome. Another coach learning on the job." Is that a fair thing to say about the new defensive line coach?
I mean,
by the way, a lot of people
you've been with the Chiefs for 7-8 years.
Yeah.
So I mean, no, this is not a Garrett McGuire situation where it's literally the first thing he's done out of college.
Well, no, he had been a quality control coach with the Panthers.
Yeah, for like what, a year?
No,
2
yes,
years?
I'm not disagreeing. I'm just saying.
So
Braden's
been in the grind for 15 years.
Yeah.
Well, not 15.
Almost a decade. It's
almost
years,
a decade.
Right?
Almost a decade.
Yeah.
So
a lot of people, by the way, keep asking about the defensive backs coach. I'm assuming right now, until we're told otherwise, that it's going to be Butler. That he is still going to coach the defensive backs.
He probably will.
I'm guessing they bring in somebody to help out.
They'll bring in somebody to help out for sure.
But just like
there'll be an assistant.
Just like so, there's a new wide
coach.
receivers coach, right? Like we know about that. That was announced last week.
Mm-hmm.
Holgerson will also be involved with the wide receivers because he's a wide receivers coach.
Holgo
just
the
like
Oko.
Belichick, maybe the soon-to-be North Carolina coach.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he had his fingers in every little jar inside the Patriots.
I don't want his fingers anywhere.
Or maybe it was putting it inside of people's heads, Nick, like in the movie we watched last week. But he was involved.
Or was it his tentacles?
He was involved. There we go. Oh, no, it's me. He was involved, though, also in special teams because Bill Belichick is a special teams coach. Urban Meyer, special teams coach. And he was involved with the special teams at Ohio State. So there you go. My guess, though, is Butler will indeed be the defensive backs coach.
Well, that leads us into the Bill Belichick conversation because Bill Belichick is Still in the news. And yesterday he did his regular hit on the Pat McAfee show and was asked about the rumors that he is up for the North Carolina job. Here is, from video, Nick, here is what Bill Belichick had to say.
Let me put this in capital letters. If.
Yeah.
I-F. If I was in a college program, the college program would be a pipeline to the NFL for the players that had the ability to play in the NFL. It would be a professional program, training, nutrition, scheme, coaching, techniques that would transfer to the NFL. It would be an NFL program at a college level and an education that would get the players ready for their career after football, whether that was the end of their college career or at the end of their pro career. But it would be, geared toward, developing the player, time management, discipline, structure, and all that would be life skills, regardless of whether they're in the NFL or in somewhere in business. And I feel very confident that I have the contacts in the National Football League to pave the way for those players that would have the ability to have the opportunity to compete in the National Football League. Whether they're good enough or not, I don't know, but they would be ready for it. I don't have any doubt about that. So that would be the first comment that I would make, relative to the structure of the program. It would be an NFL program, but not at the NFL.
So that's what he had to say on the McAfee show.
So that was yesterday.
And
then today, various reporting has come out, and this is why we keep saying Bible. But there was the story that came out from
Ollie Connolly.
Thank you, John. That he
is a former writer for the Guardian. He has been an NFL. He says he has been an NFL and college football scout.
Yeah, and so apparently he has presented them. Well, I'll just read the tweet. This was from 10:35 this morning. Bill Belichick has agreed to become the next UNC coach. Okay, I mean, like right there. That'll grab your attention. Belichick handed the school a 400-page organizational Bible with structure, payment plans, staffing choices, etc., decisions on whether to commit with UNC. He is expected to know their decision within 24 hours. So he is committed to coach. He's agreed to become their coach, but they have to agree for him to become their head coach.
Yeah.
And there's an
interesting way to address that.
Yeah, right. So I'll read a later tweet. Belichick has a college and pro version of his updated manual and has shared it with other schools and NFL teams. But he drafted a new one specifically to UNC that touched on every aspect of the program and school. Will need sign-off from AD, chancellor, trustees, and boosters. And Connolly added there's already been pushback from the group of 13 trustees with input from wider faculty. There was also a report that he gets to basically full say in everything, including like he wants his son Steve to be the coach in waiting for Carolina. And I did miss this part as well. They will have two staffs, and we made reference to this earlier too. A coaching staff run by Belichick and a recruitment staff run by a sitting college GM, which would require a buyout. I assume that means it would require a buyout from the current place to get that person to UNC, is how I read that. But
interesting. So he would have a player personnel side, and he would have the coaching side.
Yeah, which is different from what it was like in New England, where he was the
head coach GM.
He shopped for the groceries.
He did. He shopped for the groceries. But Belichick would run the coaching staff, and the recruitment staff would be run by a sitting college GM.
Mm-hmm.
So he's obviously identified somebody who is already in the college ranks, who he thinks it would be a great person to work with, who would be the one to shop for the groceries.
Mm-hmm.
Certainly with Belichick's influence, he would say, hey, I want this kind of guy. I want this kind of guy.
Yeah.
I'm sure he would get some veto power over all of this. Well, I mean, it's an interesting plan for certain.
The funny thing is that they were like, got to get Mac Brown out of here. He's too old. Belichick's a year younger than Mac Brown.
Well, I mean, if you want to argue, you could say, well, what I'm actually giving you is a long-term plan. It's me first, and then my son Steve.
Cool.
Does it seem, and I'm not naive, I know nepotism has always just been rampant in all these sports and places, but does it seem like they're more vocal about the nepotism now?
This would be taking it to an entirely different level that we have never seen before. Steve's never been a head coach before. he's like a coordinator now, but he was a coordinator in name only under his dad with the Patriots. We know that his dad was the one that was doing everything. The guy doesn't talk about learning on the job. This would be the epitome of learning on the job. Just because his last name is Belichick.
At least from the coordinating perspective, he's now done it.
Yes, he's done it on his own. But man, being a head coach, and guys who have essentially been at the professional level their entire careers. I'm not going to say that this will be a failure for sure. Like, here's the question. Like, will this be worse than Urban Meyer was in the NFL? The answer to that is probably no. But will this be better than the Mac Brown era? I don't know, man. I'd be hard-pressed to say it will, just because Mac Brown is coached in college.
I'll admit, I like the prospect if he's got a recruiting staff, if he's going to, divvy up the duties and separate them out and have someone, and we don't know who this person is, whoever this sitting college GM is, people that can help relate to young people and bring them in, and then you can say, hey, really what Belichick's trying to do, and it's not like other schools aren't trying to do this, but with this Bible, as he's calling it, or they're calling it, and kind of this overarching plan, they're trying to market this like we're the IMG Academy of college sports.
College, yeah, for sure.
Right? IMG Academy is basically this, athletic facility where kids go to prep and get them ready for college. Instead of being in a traditional high school setting, you're basically in a sports factory. What Belichick is creating with this, he's creating that visual in his mind of, we're creating a football factory. And we're not going to shy away from calling it a football factory. And, oh, by the way, the person running the football factory is an 8-time Super Bowl champion who, and he's right, I mean,
he's the best.
He's got the contacts in the NFL.
He knows what they want. He knows
what they want.
That's always the benefit of hiring pro coaches.
Sure.
It's it's one of the few for sure benefits of hiring a pro coach. You know what it takes and you know what they are looking for.
It's taking away, at least visually, theoretically, it's taking away the notion of, well, yeah, he's a good pro coach, but how is that going to translate to college where he has to go out on the recruiting trail? Bill Belichick's not going on the if I'm reading this correctly.
He'd probably go out and, maybe
he won't
finish
go on
it up at the very end if he has to.
Maybe. I wouldn't be surprised if he just had his recruiting staff and they're selling, hey, you're playing for Coach Belichick.
See, I'll disagree.
Belichick's got all these people that can vouch for him. He's got the Tom Brady's of the world. He's got the Julian Edelmans. He's got
the rings.
He's got all the rings. And then, he's got his staff of sellers, his salespeople, and they're selling him.
Yeah, but sometimes you got to have that guy go in the room too, right?
Right, but when they come to visit, you're coming to kiss the rings.
You're kind of describing what they're doing in Colorado.
Sure. That's exactly what they're doing. I mean, honestly, Belichick probably is. He's probably taking a little bit out of Deion, because Deion doesn't go on and recruit.
Not a whole lot. Yeah,
all I'm saying is I'm not trying to make it sound like I think this is a great idea and it's going to work. But if it is going to work with someone like him who has never been on the college recruiting trail, this is how you would do it.
And this would be the time to make the jump, right? Like,
Sure.
Obviously he wasn't going to do it when he was winning Super Bowls. Adam says, if you're UNC, why not? And it's funny, speaking of Deion, that was the exact same thing we were saying about them there. If you're Colorado, why not? And it has worked wondrously for Colorado. They've gotten all the attention, and now they're going to a bowl game. He has achieved there. We'll see what happens next, but they just got a 5-star quarterback commitment. Like, they're doing what people hope that he could, that he's using his fame. Now, this is different. This is a different level of fame. It's below Deion Sanders, but it's certainly, we appreciate his coaching genius more than we did Deion's because we have many more years of it.
It's a different type of fame. I don't know if I'd say it's lower. It's for sure a different type.
He's not as famous as Deion Sanders.
I think he's more famous in a different circle.
No, he is not as famous as Deion Sanders. This is inarguable. We do not have to argue this. Deion Sanders is famous with celebrities, actors, musicians, rappers.
Yeah, but Belichick has reached that level where people know who he is.
Nah, not like they do.
It's a different level, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, a lower level. I would agree. It's different. It's lower.
I think it's a low. I think it's a different just chart.
In different worlds, yes. But they're very noteworthy. I mean, there's a reason why Belichick has been out. He's put his face everywhere. He's on the Manning cast. He's doing McAfee all the time. That he's out there.
Deion is Hollywood and Belichick is MIT.
Nice.
That's the world's.
Be really interesting.
Again,
I'm stunned that he's like legitimately considering it.
How it's laid out, I could see a path to it working.
Yeah, I will.
Working in
to
a
what
sense,
level, I guess.
Yeah.
Can they make the playoff? Can they win a natty? I don't think so.
Can they make the playoff? I mean, you're in the ACC.
So here's the thing. His teams had regressed at the end. You know, like this
Yes,
is not him coming in.
His pro teams.
Yeah.
They're
College
not going
is
to be
hard.
there long enough to regress, really.
College is hard, man.
It is hard, but he's taking the parts that certainly a lot of coaches would like. Man, I guarantee you, there's a lot of coaches in basketball, volleyball, football who are like, man, if I could just do this job without having to go recruit.
Yeah, and he's giving them the blueprint.
That this is, he's taking the things that are probably the least appealing things to a lot of people like him. He is a football X's and O's guru. He is a genius.
You only have so much time with college kids, though.
See, and
you can maximize that time because now all of his energy, all of his energy is going to coaching the football side of it.
We saw it with Callahan, and Callahan is not Bill Belichick. Callahan is not that level of genius, but that stuff is complicated. You'd have to dumb down his level of expertise to a large degree. Because he can't do it. You can't do what you do in the NFL and college.
Possibly.
Not possibly. This is inarguable. We see it every time a pro coach comes to college. It's like, this is really hard. I only have 20 hours a week.
But those coaches also weren't Bill Belichick.
It is.
And
you guys are way underestimating how difficult
Hold on. But again, he can focus all of his energy, even in the limited time. He can focus all of his energy on that. He's not all, but he can focus most of the energy on that, not worrying about the recruiting.
Sure, but at football practice, it's not like Bill Callahan was recruiting; he was coaching. I'm just talking about the playbook. What his defense tries to do is so complicated. It's like complicated to a level like Bo Pelini's defenses were complicated, and then you have to have the players to actually do it. Like I'm stunned that I feel like I'm on an island in this discussion. It's just
so you think it would definitely fail.
I just don't think it's going to be as good as Mac Brown. I don't think that means failure. I mean, it means, I guess, if you think he's going to win the conference,
I think it could succeed at least as well as.
Can he win? Can he win the conference
in the ACC
multiple times?
Yeah,
I'd be curious to see if this football factory is better for consistently cranking out NFL players, not necessarily the college itself being really good at football, but those players who go on into the NFL because they're better prepared for it.
I think
see how well they do in the pros.
I think the bigger trick, based on some of the stuff that Connolly is reporting, is in because some of this is probably poking right at, hey, we're going to feed the football monster. North Carolina's got a very important basketball monster.
They do,
that needs to be fed, right?
Yeah.
And I do wonder if some of this trepidation by the trustees is in the, doesn't he know this is a basketball school?
And you're selling your soul. Like, you're going to do all that stuff? A couple comments, and I'm not reading these just because they agree with me. But Charles writes, Josh is right. It's making PhD-level thinking digestible for 18 and 19-year-olds. But this one disagrees.
Yeah, but we're assuming that Belichick doesn't realize that.
No, he does, but Callahan did too. It's still really hard. But
it's hard, but it doesn't mean it can't be done. I mean, a calculus professor could teach basic math.
Sure.
So I think we overthink that part.
I don't.
I think we overthink
Who are the coaches who were pro first, who came to the college game and succeeded at a great level? There are only a couple of them. Pete Carroll is one, but Pete Carroll wasn't some X's and O's guru. That guy was just an incredible motivator and recruiter. Now, somebody brought up Jim Harbaugh. Were you going to say Harbaugh? But Harbaugh was a college guy who then went up and then came back down. So he knew what it took at the college game when he returned to college. Now he's back up again. So he knew what it took at that level. Belichick's been in the NFL for how many years? How many decades?
A lot.
It's hard, man. It's really, really hard.
It's hard, but I think, again, a calculus professor could teach basic math.
Sean says Josh is just angry because he wants Bill Belichick coaching the Cowboys. No, I don't. He's too old. His offenses are garbage now. No, thank you.
Here's Jason. Hi, Jason. Thanks for waiting. You're in the zone.
Hey, thanks for taking my call. North Carolina, they had to rehire Mac Brown because they had a hard time finding somebody that wanted to come there. So they're thinking outside the box. And who knows if it's going to work, but Belichick is joining college football at the right time with the NIL and how it's a roster limits now. It's kind of more pro now than it's ever been. And Deion Sanders has actually he's actually ahead of his time. Everybody was criticizing him for everything that he was doing, but now everybody's doing the same thing that he's doing right now, which is cutting their rosters and basically cutting players.
Yeah.
So, Belichick, I mean, the NFL, he hasn't got a lot of offers either, by the way. And as far as the Dallas Cowboys go, as a Cowboys fan, I don't want him either. I think Tom Brady's the reason why he had all this success. And if you look at his record without Tom Brady, it's not very good at all. And people forget how he flamed out with the New York Jets. So he's really...
I mean, he quit the Jets.
Yeah,
he didn't flame out with the Jets. He quit
left.
the Jets because he didn't want that job anymore. Listen, I get all that, but I think the first point was the most valid. Is if there was a time and place in the history of college football where something like this could work, it would be now, because the rules are so different than what they used to be. Again, I'm not guaranteeing that it's going to work. I think it's intriguing because he's obviously got a plan for it.
Do you think
and the whole idea of, again, I think he is trying to create in the minds of the people that we are going to be the IMG Academy of college sports, of college football. We are going to be the NFL training ground right here. Not that Alabama hasn't been able to promote that, or Ohio State, but with Belichick, you can attach a face to it and you can attach history to it. Now, again, all of this depends on who he's hiring in the recruiting office, who this GM is, who his other coaches are going to be. And yes,
I don't know if I trust him to do those things.
Why wouldn't you?
Man, are we forgetting the end of the Patriots run when they kept recycling the Joe Judge, the Matt Patricias of the world?
But that's.
Do you trust him to make hires today? This isn't 20 years ago, Bill Belichick, man. I think.
Yeah, but he hasn't lost his marbles.
He has not lost his marbles, but I think that he has lost the edges that he had in coaching football. I feel like this is inarguable with how bad they were the last few years.
He hasn't lost his football
Joe Judge
intelligence.
to be his OC. That's a stupid move.
That was in the pros.
No, that was hubris. He's a guy with a huge ego, and rightfully so. He's earned his massive ego. That guy has hubris up the wazoo.
But that's why I'm saying it is conditional on the people that he hires. But if he came in and hired a really good staff,
would you
change your tune?
You're even saying it's a different monster, but that works the other way too. What if it works in college?
Again, I just don't think it will, because I don't think that he has that in his arsenal anymore.
Do you think it'll help that he's coming in without any preconceived notions of what college football is right now? So he's just coming in with a brand new set of eyes and looking at it.
He has preconceived notions.
What it is at this second, I guess.
He knows what it is. It's not like he's not friends with Nick Saban. He has ideas. He's not coming in being like, oh, wow, what an interesting sport.
I would be very fascinated to see the kinds of people that he brings.
I hope he does it. This would be an interesting test case.
It would be very
People have always
interesting.
wondered, oh, man, what would it be like if he was the coach in college?
Hey,
let's get an answer.
Listen,
I think it's going to be bad.
This is a sport that needs its stars.
Yeah, for sure.
And with people bouncing around from school to school to school, the one constant-ish is coaching.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Charles says, will be an interesting experiment to watch.
Yeah.
For sure.
And it's happening in the ACC.
Bill Belichick versus Dabo. Bill Belichick versus...
I mean, if this helps elevate...
Florida State.
If this helps elevate
Miami?
in some way the ACC, as Deion has elevated somewhat
the
Big
not?
12, anything can help.
I wouldn't do it. I would not want Nebraska to do this. I would not want Nebraska to make a hire like this. I think that'd be a disaster.
We'll be back and have more. Randy, if you're still there, we'll take your call on the other side. A lot of takes. Now in 1620 The Zone. I know it's easy at times to throw back and say, well, but Belichick's only been successful with one quarterback. In the history of the NFL, the list of coaches who have won Super Bowls with multiple quarterbacks is very, 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 very short. The most famous is Joe Gibbs. He did it 3 times with 3 different quarterbacks within like a 7-year span.
And then
an amazing run of success.
And then he went on to own a racing team.
And then he came back to coach Washington, and it didn't go quite as well. Technically, Bill Parcells did it, but the one time he did it with Hostetler, that was with Sims injured. That happened late in the season.
Yeah.
And George Seifert did it with the 49ers, but that he had Montana that he inherited from, well, he actually inherited both Montana and Steve Young, both from
Bill
Walsh.
Yeah.
And so those are the only coaches. It's not easy to do.
Yeah, I have actually actively disliked it's all Brady. No, it was both. Go back.
It was everything.
If you look at the beginning of their run, I think Belichick deserved more of a lion's share of the credit because it was a defensive first team for the first 3 Super Bowls. Not that Brady wasn't involved. He obviously was, but it was a defense first team. I think that at some point it morphed into an offense first team. I mean, there were times towards the end of it where it was like they had a bad defense at times, including when Matt Patricia returned to be their defensive coordinator. And there were times when Brady seemingly had 0 weapons and was still able to be one of the best. I mean, in a way, and everyone's doing these comparisons right now, but comparing some of those interesting, weird middle Brady years to what's happening right now with the Chiefs. And I think those comparisons are very valid. The difference is that the Chiefs keep winning the Super Bowl, but where it's like Brady, when he had some of the best weapons in the league, like he took a huge jump in his play. When he didn't, he still won games. And I wonder if that's what's happening right now. Anyway, I digress. The guy is an incredible coach. I do worry that the end of his run, and maybe I'm putting too much weight on that, but at the end he went 7-9. This is post Brady. 7-9, 10-7. They lost to the Bills in that wild card game. Then 8-9, and then he went 4-13 his last year. And I'll be honest, we spend so much time around here talking about coaches and coaching hirings, and I see what a bad group of coordinators can do. And yet things can be different now, right? Like if you're bringing in Steve, his son, he's probably not recruiting. He's probably just coaching. But some of those staffs at the end in New England, I think were rough. Were really, I mean, Joe Judge was a special teams guy, and he was calling plays with, who was the other guy? With Patricia on offense. That was bad. That was bad for the development of Mac Jones, and it was certainly bad for the success of the Patriots. And I think at the end, he did. I think Belichick was a little high on his own supply, and you can't do that in college. You can't do that at any level.
But I think part of it too was there was a weird dynamic going on there in New England at the end, especially with Bob Kraft.
It was almost like, okay, fine, I'll do this and I'll do this just to piss him off.
Exactly,
for sure. That's a good point.
And so I reserve the right. I would like to see what kind of a staff he would hire.
Yeah.
And I'd like to see how he would divvy up those responsibilities. Who's his recruiting or his sales staff? Who's his coaching staff? I just want to see it because I think it would be great for the sport.
I hope it happens. It'd be fascinating. It'd be really, really interesting.
Is Randy still there on the 42 Degrees of Source hotline?
Of course I'm here.
Randy, what's going on, man?
Well, I'll say both of you are partly right.
Nice.
I think John in saying that the plan is probably 90 to 100% accurate of what's needed in today's world is probably right. And I'll say Josh is probably right in that, and I'll say this first. Brady is a once-in-a-lifetime quarterback. But Belichick without Brady produced average results of an NFL coach. I don't think he's that guy anymore. That's just me. Hey, if he goes to North Carolina and proves me wrong, I'll come out and say I was wrong. But I don't think I am. I don't think he can. He had problems relating to NFL players. How's he going to relate to college players? And these days, I don't know if there's a difference because they're all paid, but
Well, in Belichick's defense, I mean, he is dating like a 24-year-old, so I guess he does know what the youngs are into.
Exactly.
Well, so he's just got to stay away from the co-eds then. So.
Randy,
Thank you, Randy.
the call.
Tony writes, are people forgetting about Bill Walsh at Stanford? He came back, and that run the second one wasn't very good, right?
That was another run it back.
Yeah.
He ran it back.
Frosch was
no, this This is not by any means a guarantee that it's going to work.
Mm-hmm.
But if North Carolina believes that, like Colorado, hey, what have we got to lose here? That it could be a good hire. Could be a good hire. Because Deion has shown an interesting blueprint. And this world is changing all the time. Now, the question is, really, because you're talking about a lot of people who want control. Belichick wants a lot of control. He wants his system to have a lot of control.
Yeah. And he wants promises beyond even his time there.
And the regents / what do they call them? The trustees.
Yeah.
They want a lot of control. Do they want to cede
all that power?
All that power at a basketball school for the football program?
It's a great point. It's a great question.
That's the trick in all of this.
Mm-hmm.
That's the snag, because it is about control. Because it sounds like Belichick wants a lot of control. And sometimes schools aren't willing to do that. Colorado was willing, Rick George was willing to say, it's all yours, Deion.
Mm-hmm.
Run with it. Mm-hmm. Other places, maybe not so much. And Colorado didn't have the weight of having a noteworthy basketball program. And they're in a pro sports market where they get buried in terms of attention all the time. And I know Carolina is now a pro sports area.
Yeah, but it's a college. That's a college area.
But that is a big time college area.
Oh yeah.
Right? You're talking about the triangle. You're talking about the
Duke
North Carolina and Duke and North
NC
Carolina,
State.
all that.
Henry writes, Belichick flashes his rings, but Nebraska having Terry Bradshaw and Phil Simms can match him and flash their 6 Super Bowl rings to recruits. We're back, baby. Can you imagine Bradshaw showing his swim move? I can't wait. Terry Bradshaw coaching the defensive line. And Phil
I'm
Simms.
doing this during the break. I'm erasing the board. I'm putting all the names back up there because I'm not going to be able to keep track of anyone. And now folks are going to start getting me thinking that Terry Bradshaw is coaching the defensive line at Nebraska.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it should be Terry Bradshaw.
No, it should not.
For funsies. What's he doing now?
He's on TV, Nick. He's on the NFL on Fox every Sunday. He does
Sunday.
Highlights. Well, Nick's an AFC guy. He was watching CBS.
I'm an AFC guy, but also college football is on Saturday.
Yeah.
It's time.
That's true. Excellent point. What's his name he coaches Oakland or whatever and has a radio show. Doug Gottlieb. Yeah, if you can do that, you can coach and still do NFL on Fox on Sundays.
Green Bay.
Michael texts in. Thank you.
Michael?
Not that Michael.
No.
Am I the only one picturing Tom Brady as OC, Rob G as tight ends coach, Julian E as wide receivers
How the hell
coach?
is Tom Brady going to do that, be an announcer, and partially own the Raiders at the same time?
10% own the Raiders.
By the way, real quick aside.
Yeah, how did you think he did?
He's bad.
I saw it's funny. A lot of people have been praising Sunday, because he nailed the stuff at the very end of the game. He was like, "You can't do anything dumb and then take a timeout," and then they did the dumb thing. And he was like, "See, I told you."
I was too aggressive. I shouldn't say bad, but there are a lot
Not
of
worth the cash.
He would have definitely benefited by some on-the-job training, not on the A team.
Oh, interesting. Like Steve Belichick as the future defensive coordinator and head coach of North Carolina. Interesting.
Well, he at least has been a coordinator at Washington.
That's true.
Brady hadn't done any broadcasting of any kind anywhere.
Hey, he had done that interview with Jim Gray.
I mean, Brady knows the game, and there were times where he was like, "Okay, that's a good point. That's a good point. I like that analysis." You're talking about routes being run. The squirrel route that Atwell ran. A lot of those things were. But the thing that bothers me the most, on just about every play, you hear him go,
He does make a lot of announcer noises.
He reacts like he's watching as a fan.
See, I kind of like it.
I don't. That is bothersome because the ball might not even be out of the hand of the quarterback. He's seeing something down the field about what's open, and it's jarring.
You don't like it when you're announcing a Creighton game and maybe one of your analysts does the same thing sometimes when they're like, "Oh, you don't." Do you look at Nick Bond and say, silence yourself?
No. Well, no, that
you do the Chick Hearn thing.
No, that usually
the Nick flinches.
No, the difference with Brady is it's happening as the play is developing, not as the play has happened. It's different. I mean, there are times where like Stafford would be back to pass, and Brady sees exactly what Stafford is seeing, and he does and Stafford hasn't even let the ball out of his hand, and I'm like, it bothers me. Somebody get in his ear and tell him to stop doing that.
He will definitely stop at some point in time. I like it just because that's how I watch the game. I'm like, oh, you know.
Well, that's how I watch the game. I don't want the announcer to watch the game the way I watch the game.
That's fair. That's fair. He definitely has a lot of
So, yeah, he would have definitely helped to be on a different broadcast and learning on the job.
Yeah, good. John, these jokes are so funny. It'd be better if the guy making 30-something million a year was on the third Fox team or calling games with Kevin. That's not how the business works. You're not wrong, but it's just like, it's funny.
Well,
they were never going to do that.
Just like the people who run college football, the people who run broadcasting sometimes aren't the smartest people in the world.
Wow.
Sometimes they're just dumbasses.
What if Fox was going to hire you to be like, random?
First thing I'd tell them is stop turning back the time of the games. It says 7:30. I'm starting at 7:30, not at 7:45. I don't care if the game before runs long.
Nice.
You got all these different channels. Put it on the Fox Business Channel. Ain't no one watching that crap anyway.
Charles, a couple comments. First of all, he says, Jesus, Nick is a baseball guy. Yeah, we know.
He is.
Or is he saying Jesus Nick is a baseball guy?
No.
Is Jesus Nick a baseball
Nick,
guy?
I'm going to throw this football at your face.
That's not a baseball.
So shout out to the Scooters Coffee Frisco Bowl for some great cool
thanks
merch.
to our friends for Scooters.
Look at this.
They sent us some coffee, and Josh got a Yeti mug, and Nick's got some socks.
Dude, I'm going to enjoy my coffee out of this mug tomorrow morning.
I'm going to enjoy the literal coffee.
I'll have a whole pot of coffee.
I'm going to wear my socks and keep my toesies warm.
Charles also writes, Tom Brady is the Evan Burrows of NFL broadcasting. John, would you say that? Tom Brady, you suck?
No.
Tom Brady, you suck.
No.
Evan Burrows, you suck.
No.
Nice.
No, I would not say that. I would just say he could use some on-the-job training.
Well, he's getting it. And then, you know what? He's calling the Super Bowl this year.
Great.
Isn't that crazy?
Great. We're going to have an announcer on training wheels in the Super Bowl. Just what we always wanted.
Oh. Tiny baby announcer.
How come I can't be announcing the Super Bowl if we're going to let him in?
Well, great question, Nick. Why doesn't Nick get to announce the Super Bowl?
If Nick would stop going,
Travis says, did they send y'all any tickets that I can have? Were there any tickets in the box?
I don't think so. You can check.
What was this again?
Who's in the Scooter Bowl this year?
You tell me, John.
Well, I'm asking you.
I think West Virginia and some
Take
other
me
team.
home to a place where I belong.
It is number 25, Memphis and West Virginia.
I always forget. I forget
in the
about
Scooters Coffee Frisco Bowl.
Oh, that's a fun looking koozie.
Travis, if you want to stop by, you can have the koozie.
I have too many koozies.
Too many koozies. No tickets though.
No
Okay,
tickets.
it's at Toyota Stadium in Frisco, Texas.
Which stadium is
it's
that?
oh wait, no. It's a week from today. It's a week from tonight.
Oh,
thank God. The bowl games are back, John. You won't even be here next Tuesday. I have a women's game. I'm calling Creighton in Wyoming next Tuesday. Women. Indeed.
Well, I will be enjoying their signature blend. I love their coffee.
Yeah. Thank
You
you,
know-
Scooters.
You know what the best part of their coffee is? It
Folgers
don't taste
in-
burnt.
Scooters in your cup.
It don't taste burnt.
We love when coffee doesn't taste burnt.
Yeah.
I'm a tea guy. Scooters has good tea too.
Do they?
Yeah.
Sure, it's great.
I like the peanut butter power a lot too.
Yeah, what's that?
It's a peanut butter protein shake.
Makes sense to me.
I had no idea.
Mm-hmm.
No idea.
All right, so we're rooting for Belichick to go because then another one of our great debates will get decided on the field. We like when that happens.
Sure. I just want it for the sport.
Can't wait to be right.
I mean, we lost Harbaugh to the NFL.
Yeah, he's in the pros now, John.
Yeah. You know, might as well bring back another guy who's noteworthy for cheating.
Nice.
He was.
Who else have we? Oh, and Saban retired.
Saban retired? Yeah.
All these people are retiring. Your boy Jimbo is gone.
Jimbo's
Or
gone.
Jimbo, though maybe Jimbo's back at West Virginia. That's
That'd
where
be
he
funny
wants
if
to
North
coach.
Carolina came down to a decision between Jimbo and
Oh
Bill
God.
Belichick. That would be funny.
Yeah, I'll take Belichick just for the story. I want it for the story.
Yeah, exactly.
What about Cody's story?
Oh, you know what? We didn't get a chance.
Oh, hot take market.
Hot take market.
Well, we don't have Sipple. We could do it in the happy hour.
Oh, that's right. We don't. That's right.
Sipple canceled on us.
Sipple had to cancel.
They're re-recording their podcast.
Yeah, they are re-recording their podcast. We also want to get to.
I did just say that. Yeah.
We want to get to we're updating our power rankings, our NFL power rankings.
Oh my gosh, we have so many things.
So many things.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we didn't expect that Nebraska was just going to go out and hire all of its new defensive coaches on the same day.
In the same minute.
Three
Boom, boom,
overlapping
boom.
sports flashes.
Terry
great.
Bradshaw.
Shaw.
Bradshaw, baby.
is the new defensive line coach. Phil Snow is the associate head coach, but will certainly be on the defensive side of the ball.
Oh, yeah.
As John Butler takes over as the new defensive coordinator.
You get what I mean.
John Butler has as many years experience as
Steve does.
As Steve Belichick does in terms of coordinating a Power 4 defense.
Interesting.
You get what I mean when I say it's unsatisfying to hear his name, right?
Who?
Braden?
Yeah, because you want it to be Bradshaw.
I want it to be Bradshaw. In my head, I keep finishing it as Bradshaw, and then it isn't that. It's like edging. It's like word edging.
You know what?
John, do you know what edging is?
Yeah, it's when you cut the grass away from the edge of the sidewalk.
Nice.
That'll work.
I'm going to start calling him Terrence.
Terrence?
Terrence Braden.
That's like Terrence Knighton.
Exactly. So we get our pot roast back.
I'm going to call it medium rare.
So now he can be now Terrence Braden can be our beef Wellington.
I was surprised at how not overcooked the pot roast was last night. I was like, this is flavorful
because
and
your
delicious.
wife is a great cook.
Well, I mean, what do you mean by overcooked?
I remember, you know me, John. They call me medium rare plus Josh.
You thought it was going to be dry?
I just thought it was going to be dry AF.
It's not dry.
That's what I just said. I literally just said
That's the biggest misconception.
I just said it.
You
Why weren't you
realize
listening to me?
you realize that good roast, good smoked pork or good brisket,
turkey,
is very juicy.
Good turkey,
even though it's cooked to over 200 degrees.
Here's the take. I just want everyone to sit down for this take.
Oh God.
I think brisket is mid as hell.
You are mid as hell.
Hey, I'm always so
That's a bad
disappointed by brisket.
I had to put you in
Every time
timeout. Face the wall.
Oh no, I'm like Matt. Oh, there's the mugs. Every time I have brisket, I'm always just like disappointed.
When's the last time you had brisket, and where was it?
Oh, I'm talking about at an actual barbecue place.
That's what I mean. Where was it?
I don't know. Gates or
Call them out.
Gates or the other place, Joe's. I don't know. I'm just always bummed by it. I'm like, I should have just gotten ribs. That's what I always think.
What about? You'd realize ribs are done to that temperature too.
Yeah, I know. I think it's just the flavor. I don't know. Brisket's just fine.
The flavor's
I'll
delicious.
eat it.
So
if
it
you
can't
were
be the
like, hey, I
flavor.
had brisket, I'm not going to be like, no. But
Nope.
I'm just always like,
you know what?
Mid.
For the last show of the year, I'm bringing in brisket just for
And
me
I
and
can't
Nick.
have any?
Nope.
You know what?
Now
Just
that's
for me and Nick.
Maybe you'd like it with ketchup, you child.
Yeah.
No, that's the morning show host. Dwayne The Rock Hudson writes, rare Josh Food W. Look at that. Handshake meme.
Well, it's probably a common Dwayne
I know The
food
Rock.
L.
You ain't The Rock.
Travis writes, Josh, I'm legally required to tell you that you are no longer allowed in Texas. I figured that given who I voted for in November, that I wasn't going to be allowed in Texas. But I guess if another thing keeps me away, I will never get to watch the Cowboys lose in person.
You'll
again.
never be friends with Ted Cruz.
Yep, exactly. I'm sorry. It's fine. It's fine. Some foods are great. Some foods are fine.
I'm just glad that you
I didn't say it's bad, though.
finally tasted what good pot roast is.
It was good.
It's been a
And
big food
hopefully
year for
you
you.
have- So how did she do it? Was it like
Oh.
no? Was it
Nick?
How was it
that's
served?
my
Was it
wife.
Was it like
That's
shredded?
a
What was
hard
the
question.
great? What was the
Bad question.
gravy like?
Uh,
Was it good gravy?
yeah, everything was good. It was not shredded. It was like a large chunk. I was like, I just want that. She was like, you don't have to have it so big. And I was like, no, I'm good. I'll just take it. Here, I'll send you a picture. She has.
Yeah,
I'll
yeah.
show you
Send me a
photo.
picture. I
I'll
want to
show
see
you a
what it
photo,
looked
'cause
like. I want to see what. Did she have carrots in it?
There were carrots.
Mm,
Yeah,
that's good.
I have one.
It's good. It's good to flavor the gravy.
Nope, I don't have a photo on my
Mitchell
phone.
Engraving says bad food takes, but
How
at least
the-
the hat looks great.
How
The hat does look
The
great.
hat.
There
That
you
looks awesome.
That's her play.
Kind of dark.
Well, that's it
Turn
was
up your
dark.
brightness.
We were watching the football. What do you mean? I'm watching ball. I'm not.
That is. I like the plate, by the way.
Yeah,
I like
right?
the little dish there.
Yeah.
Oh, man, it's pleasure holding the gravy.
It was very good.
Oh,
So those are like
gravy.
carrots there. She
Yep, there were
did the
carrots. There were other veggies that
Was
I
there
can't
like
remember.
onions in there?
I believe so. Yes.
That's a good. That's pot roast.
Yep, there you
That's
go.
what I've been talking about.
Look at
That's why I've been telling you this.
Hopefully, no texts come while I show this to the camera.
It's delicious.
It was tasty.
Yeah.
I enjoyed it. I've always been a fan. And then I had soup
You
today.
have never always been a fan. You liar.
Had
Don't
soup
gaslight
today.
You
us.
liar.
We've always been at war with Eurasia, and I've always liked soup and pot roast. She was pumped. She was like, sweet. Now we're going to have this every month. I was like, wow, that's a lot of pot roast.
Hell
The
yeah.
issue with pot roast for
Yeah,
me
but
is
it's another thing in her rotation because
Yes, which is
eventually it comes back around because all we hear from you is chicken thighs and
well,
baked
that's when I
potatoes.
cook. When I cook, it's chicken thighs.
Or it's the burrito bowl. We're gonna burrito
Now,
bowl.
are
again.
you
love
cooking
burrito.
or is the air fryer cooking and you're just kind of plopping it in?
What, the chicken? No, I cook those on the stove. Yeah. Now the baked potato goes in the air fryer. Yeah. The issue for me with it being once a month is, I mean, it's a process to clean because I do the dishes afterwards, and she made that with the Dutch oven last night. I missed the beginning process, so I don't know exactly what she did, but I did clean the Dutch oven. I don't like cleaning the Dutch oven; it's a pain in the butt because you can't just throw it in the dishwasher. It'd be bad for
she
it.
uses a Dutch oven instead of a crock pot.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's a cast iron.
It's not a cast iron, but it is a Dutch oven.
Yeah.
I've never cleaned one. I don't know.
It's just a
well, I mean,
especially if you have a tinier sink. I don't have one of those really cool sinks that some new houses have. They're like massively deep.
Our sink has one of those spouts that comes off, and it's also a sprayer. I love it.
Yeah.
Oh, good. I'm glad you.
It was
enjoyed
good,
the
John.
podcast.
It was good.
We've moved up what's for dinner an hour apparently.
Tony writes, here's a hot take: gravy is mid.
Okay.
Tony also said, off with his head, brisket is elite.
Okay, stop.
So you are handshake
Stop.
leaving and then murdering him.
How the hell?
He's chopping off a
gravy is
hand
not
and then shaking
mid.
Let me shake your chopped off hand. The grave.
The grave.
Mashed potatoes last night. Great.
I love mashed
Her mashed
potatoes.
potatoes are delicious.
Now, did she do her regular mashed potatoes or just because you say the mashed potatoes that she makes don't require gravy?
They don't.
These obviously had gravy on them. So were they?
She
her-
put gravy on hers. I didn't put gravy on mine. But the gravy was
How do
sloshing.
you not put gravy on your mashed potatoes?
I don't need it.
Potatoes don't need gravy.
Don't
Yes,
need gravy,
they
John.
do.
No, they don't.
Your mid-ass potatoes do,
having
apparently.
No,
mashed
they
potatoes.
don't. It's gravy. It's gravy. You put
Mashed
gravy on
potatoes.
everything. If you got vegetables, put gravy on it. You got a side salad, put
What about
gravy on it.
bacon and
If you got a freaking hot fudge sundae after lunch, you put gravy on it. You
Oh,
put
that's
gravy
gr-
on everything.
If you
It's
get those
gravy.
little baby puffs, put gravy
John
on.
Gravy.
John is gravy pilled.
He is pretty
No,
gravy
you know
filled.
what? That's what I should have told Connor. Forget about the ice cream. Just dip your finger in a little bit of gravy and give it to your
Remember-
daughter, and she will
Here,
be
Sophie.
like, "Oh, she'll lose her mind."
Remember my
You're all about the
elementary
gravy.
principal, Mr. Gravy?
Oh, I do.
I need to get him in contact with John. I bet he'd love him.
I know someone who has a dog named Gravy.
That's an awesome dog name.
It's an awesome dog name because gravy is awesome.
Chocolate Lab? It has to be Chocolate Lab.
No, not a chocolate lab.
Oh, weird.
Don't remember what kind of
No,
dog.
it's brown gravy.
Nice.
All right. Scott says,
Wow.
"Oh my God, Josh having the worst food take ever. He's obviously having the wrong brisket." I've said
Wrong.
this many times about these communists who hate turkey.
It's not the first word you were going to say, is it?
I was thinking of a different one. But these communists
The
who
over.
don't like turkey,
Nice.
because you haven't had turkey made right. The
Interesting.
people who have made your turkey have done a poor
I
job.
want you to go to my grandfather's house, and I want you to say that to his face.
You know John will.
Yeah, he actually has met my grandpa before.
Actually, I will try.
Grandpa
I would
Remington.
try.
Grandpa Dennis.
I would
Remington's
try
such an awesome
Grandpa
last name.
Dennis's turkey, and then I'd probably turn around and slap you across the face with a chicken leg or a turkey leg, saying, "You idiot! This is good." Especially when you put the gravy on it.
Tony says, as a kid, I would put ketchup on my mashed potatoes.
Oh my! Go to break! Christ!
On 1620 The Zone.
Nick Grimm for Circus Sports Iowa. If you want basketball, Circus Sports Iowa has basketball waiting for you right now. From pro to college, you have your pick of the basketball fruit tree. Anywhere in the state of Iowa, it works. You want to feel like you're in the middle of all the action, then the live in-game lines that update every single break are for you. You want to play around with some fun props and alternate lines? There's a whole section of that for many of you. There's a whole section of those for you to choose from for every game. And if you like the classics, then of course the tight money line splits are your bread and butter, along with spreads and points totals. Hell, you can even do all of these things if you want. That's the power of having the same exact sportsbook experience that they have in Las Vegas at your fingertips. Ran by real people, by the way, not bots. It really is the sportsbook for you, somebody who's serious about their gaming. Download Circus Sports Iowa today. If you or someone you know may have a problem with gambling, call 1-800-238-7633.
would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
From your mom.
The happy hour is on the air.
Has John come back yet, or is he still pouting somewhere?
No, I'm not pouting. I was not pouting. I was
There
just
he is.
very frustrated. What's the name of our wide receiver coach again?
Oh crap! I don't remember.
Randy Moss? No. What was his name? It was like
Looking it up.
Sparks
I'm looking it up.
or Skeets or something.
Randy Moss.
It was like an active name, like a verb, right?
DeKel Shorts.
Oh,
It's
Shorts.
spelled D-A-I Kiel. Shorts.
I'm just just got to put all these names up here now because we got a lot of new names.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what we did when they first got hired. So
big names, big games.
Considering that it's almost like a brand new staff, that we're going to do it again. And I even added Matt Rule's name on there in case we forget.
Well,
Matt Rule, head
It's
coach.
kind of important.
Mm-hmm.
Besides, we can have fun when inevitably something changes and we can erase one and put another one up there.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
Because there may be other changes. DeKeel.
You didn't put Snow.
Shorts.
You didn't put Phil Snow or John
Well,
Butler.
no, I haven't. I'm only working on the offensive side.
Okay.
I was just going. I was going to do offense, and then
It's like how I only care
defense.
about the AFC.
We do know about that.
Yeah.
And it's DeKel Shorts, by the way. Thank you,
It is
Michael.
DeKel.
DeKel.
Okay, so it's not DeKel.
You need to put a phonetic up
I should
there.
have put a phonetic up there because I'm going to call him DeKeel.
Yeah, it's
no
DeKel
doubt.
Shorts.
DeKel Shorts.
Yeah.
Well, if you missed it, the reason why we're adding to the whiteboard is that John Butler is the new defensive coordinator. Phil Snow.
By the way, real quick, this is just reported. This has not been announced, but you can take it to the bank.
Yeah,
Because it was from Pete Thamel.
Old Pete
tweet.
Old Pete Thamel. He kind of knows his stuff. Phil Snow, not the defensive coordinator, but he will be the associate head coach, who will probably be hovering near the defense.
Yeah, that's a good way to
Also
describe
not
it.
related to Jon Snow, nor is he a bastard of the North in Westeros.
That we know about.
And current Chiefs assistant defensive line coach Terrence Braden.
Or
No,
Terry.
No, I'm calling him Terrence. Even if
Bradshaw.
his mom didn't name him Terrence, I'm calling him Terrence so that you people, and I do mean you people, don't try to confuse me by thinking it's Terry Bradshaw.
Let's bring back the quarterback.
Because even though Terry Braden was a quarterback turned defensive line coach, doesn't mean that Terry Bradshaw was a
By
quarterback
the way,
turned to a
Nick, you are
defensive
so
line
right. Now when John says Terry Braden, it's like when you were like 13 years old and you're watching a PG-13 movie and you're like, oh, and then it's like, oh, never mind, not going to see it. That's what this is.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Terrence Braden.
It's so unsatisfying.
I'm like, oh, this is going to be the best day of my life. Nope, it's just a random guy.
It's like
a random guy.
You try to adjust the TV and see through the fuzz.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Is that what I think it was?
Not
No,
that
it
fuzz. The other
wasn't
fuzz.
that.
Oh.
Normally in this
John remembers
hour,
the fuzz.
normally in this hour, hey, I learned how to see through the fuzz.
Sipple.
Normally in this hour we have
Yes.
Steve Sipple, but because of all the changes today,
They had to re-record their podcast.
they had to go back into their lab and re-record their podcast.
That's the nice
I
part
bet-
about doing live radio, John. We're here for the whole
Exactly.
shebang.
This is why you should be with us all the time from 6A to 6P, whether it's Gary and Matt, whether it's Connor and Josh, or whether it's the three of us. You know when the news happens, it's live and we break it to you, and we don't have to go back.
We don't
Oh,
have to
crap, we got to start all over
We have to
again.
re-record a podcast.
No,
you were
it's
here when it
live.
happened. You'll always remember where you were when you heard the triple sports flash.
The triple sports flash featuring Terrence Braden. Terrence Braden.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to bug me forever.
Understandably so.
So do you want to start with the hot take market or do you want to start with our power rankings?
Let's do hot
Dealer's
take
choice.
market.
You
Let's
wanna
do a
the
little
hot take
college
market?
football. Well, I guess I'm
could
going
be
to do
anything.
college football and hot
Could
take
be
market.
anything.
Then we'll get into the.
I do have I have a college football in the
Give it to us, Nick. I alluded to this last week to start off with the hot take that I believe, but I'm going to say it loud and proud. Texas will not win a national championship if Quinn Ewers is their starting quarterback moving forward. And this isn't even to say that I think that like Arch Manning is so much better. But man, I just always watch Quinn and I'm thinking, you're just not the guy. Certainly Arch Manning has some more scoot to his game, the ability to run the football. He is thick as well. I think he is the difference maker that they need. They can certainly get by Clemson. They can even get by Arizona State. But if they are going to get by the Oregon, Tennessee, Ohio State triumvirate and then win another game after that, I do not think that it will be Quinn Ewers as the starting quarterback. So, hot take, I believe if they're going to win the title, they need to bench Quinn Ewers.
Well, my hot take says it doesn't matter who Texas starts at quarterback.
How come?
Because Notre Dame is winning the college football playoff.
Damn, I love that take, John.
The Notre Dame Fighting Irish.
I love that take.
Cheer, cheer for old Notre Dame. Taking the steroids, feeling no pain.
Nice.
Look at the draw that they have.
John,
they got Indiana at home.
Yep.
Sorry, Indiana. You're gone.
You're basic.
Did you know that if you go to Parker Fleming's site, collegefootballinsiders.com, and you do the preview matchup of Georgia and Notre Dame?
What's it look like?
Notre Dame is projected to win.
Plus, Carson Beck might not play in that game, John.
Exactly.
Yeah. I don't know why enough people aren't talking about this. Notre Dame's going to the title.
So then you move ahead, and their semifinal game is either going to be against Penn State, SMU, or Boise State. They would be favored in all three of those games. The only game they would not be favored in, provided that to get that far, would be either to Oregon or Ohio State. So I went ahead and I just projected on collegefootballinsiders.com the projected matchup between the Ducks and the Irish. It's only a 2.5-point spread. And when I look at some of these, we used to heckle the Echo here on this program.
Oh, I missed that segment already. Bring back football.
Notre Dame on offense,
Red
their
zone
EPA for the rush. Of course, Riley Leonard, best running quarterback in college football, at least by the stats. Great running attack. They average over 6 yards a carry. They've scored 40 rushing touchdowns this year. They're third in the country in EPA rush. Their points per echo, they ain't Nebraska. They're ninth in points per echo. They're third in field position. They're always getting the ball in advantageous spots. On defense, best defense against drop back passing. Best echo rate. There's nowhere where this team is particularly weak. Maybe third and fourth down success. But with running teams, you tend to try to be ahead of the chains.
Mm-hmm.
I think Notre Dame's going to win this thing.
I
think it could be their first natty since 1988. And my guy, Marcus Fleming, going to...
Freeman. You don't even know his name. You said Fleming. You
combine
combined
Marcus
Marcus with
I was
Parker.
thinking of Terrence Bradshaw.
Nice.
Marcus Freeman going to lift that trophy, baby.
Wouldn't it
Gonna
be
lift
amazing
that vape cigarette.
if they won the title of all years in the era where it was suddenly expanded and you had to play a ton of good teams in a row? By the way, I don't think you're that far off. I think they're going to make it to the title game.
I think it's good matchups.
It's a great path. It's a really good path for them, and they're a really good football team. Hot take I could be talked into. John, there is radical change that is going to come to the postseason format moving forward. And look, some of this is going to be wish casting. But, man, I've been reading the reactions. I've been listening to the reactions over the last few days. And I think the national people know more than they let on, obviously, at times in every sport, right? But when you start looking back at what people have said the last few days, conference championship games in their current form, they certainly need adjusting. David Ubben had a really fascinating argument for, actually don't have it as the number 1 and number 2 teams in your league. Have it as, teams 4 and 5. So they're playing for a spot in the new expanded playoff.
Mm-hmm.
The reseeding, obviously, or the seeding is going to change. I think we can all agree on that the seeding is not going to be what it is in its current iteration in a couple of years. I think reseeding might be on the table. And I do wonder, man, and this goes back to the conference title games, but one of the main things that I saw people writing about was how empty the stadiums were, how many open seats there were, how the atmospheres weren't very good. Why is that? Well, there's an obvious reason. It's because if you're an Oregon fan, if you're a Georgia fan, a Texas fan, you're hoping that this is the first of either 4 or 5 games now that you will be playing moving forward.
Yeah.
And so think about that. For Ducks fans, they had to go all the way to Indy. Then they will go all the way down to Pasadena. I can't remember what their next spot would be, but it would either be in Dallas or in, where's the Peach Bowl? In Atlanta? And then they would have to go all the way back to, I think, Atlanta for the championship. I mean, think about all those cross-country flights. And this is where the wish casting comes in. I do wonder if home field is going to be a bit more on the table in whatever happens next because of, we look at this and we say, this is really weird that the reward for Oregon isn't getting a home game. They have to go to a bowl game. So at the very least, I think the other stuff is going to very much be on the table, and I am super curious to see what happens with the conference championship game.
Man, I would hope you would be right, but
Mhm.
I think these bowl games have so wormed their way into the hearts of these people that they'll never
Sadly.
let them go.
Wormed.
Sadly.
RFK.
Detroit Tiger fan Chris on our YouTube comment section says that Notre Dame lost to NIU, so give it up. First of all, that was 3 months ago. Everybody's lost except Oregon.
Are people serious when they say they don't think Notre Dame is that good because they lost a game 3 months ago? That is so weird.
Yeah.
You got to change the way you think about college football. This is not college football of the old days.
Yeah.
Sometimes
Also,
things
they
happen.
made it. So, you can't get mad that they're in the playoff now.
Yeah.
They're certainly going to beat Indiana. I think they're going to beat Georgia. And at that point, they're suddenly in the Final Four, and all bets are off. And who are they going to play there? Some combo of Penn State, Boise State, and SMU?
Are we going to look back? Like, let's say the Steelers make the Super Bowl. We're going to say, yeah, but they lost to the Cowboys in Week 5.
I would.
No!
I would remind everybody.
Well,
they lost to the Dallas
but,
Cowboys.
but that means nothing in terms of what a
Correct.
team can do. You're in a playoff era now. It's different.
Mhm.
It's different. Speaking of pro football, the hot take I can be talked into. The Chiefs are doing the bare minimum to win right now.
Oh, no. So you think they're still going to be fine because they're just doing what they have to.
Devil magic.
I think they won't turn it up. I think there are things that they are holding back. I think they're trying to pace themselves in this new 17-game era. I know it's only one more game than it was a few years ago, but they're trying to pace themselves to a degree. And the real mad scientist that is Andy Reid is not going to be unleashed until it absolutely has to. Now, that's not me saying the Chiefs will win. Again, and this is a hot take I can be talked into, because you can't half-ass it in the NFL and win games. So I'm not alluding to the fact that the Chiefs are half-assing it, but I do think they are holding things back.
Nice.
They've also had to deal with some key injuries, which might be a part of this. But I could definitely be talked into the idea that when it comes time, when it's showtime, just like last year, the Chiefs will turn up the wick all the way up to 10, and it's game on.
You don't think they'll turn it up
That
to
said,
11?
I think the challengers this year in the AFC, Buffalo's already shown that they can beat them. The Ravens are still dangerous. I think the Steelers can be dangerous. And I do agree with Stibbs. The Broncos could jump up and bite somebody if they get the right matchup.
Mm-hmm.
So if the Chiefs are going to win it all again, they will have to turn it up. They'll have to be better than they've been. But I do think part of this is by design. I could be talked into that.
Sadly, I think that's a pretty good one. Kenneth writes, Notre Dame lost and still has the highest margin of victory by like 50 points. Plus 305 on the season.
Yeah,
they're
take
going to
that.
run all over IU, and watching Haynes King do it to UGA. Riley Leonard is a faster Haynes King. Don't sleep on the Irish. There will be no sleeping on the Irish on this show.
Nope.
If you're a Notre Dame fan in the Omaha metro area, this is your radio show for the next
And
month.
has been when I correctly said that Marcus Freeman was going to be a far better hire at Notre Dame than Brian Kelly at LSU.
Rats.
John called it.
He did. They're good, man. They're really good.
They are good.
The championship game that I'm hoping for is Oregon versus Notre Dame. I think that'd be super fun.
It would be fun.
Old money, new money. Plus, it means no SEC
Plus, Notre Dame
championship.
hasn't been to a title game. Well, they've been to a title game, but they haven't been a national champion in 35 years.
Yeah, it's been a long time.
It's a long time.
1988, the year of my birth.
That is the longest time that Notre Dame has gone between national championships since they started recognizing national championships of the AP variety.
I have only watched them play in one national championship, and that was the Lene Kakua game as Manti Te'o.
I like to think of it as
And his
the
girlfriend.
Bob Diaco game.
Guys,
he was the DC.
There's a baseball flash.
Well, there's actually quite a few baseball flashes.
Yeah, there are.
Max Fried.
Yes.
Of the Atlanta Braves has signed with the New York Yankees. 8 years, $200+ million.
$218 million.
Who's this man?
Max Fried, starting pitcher. He was one of their best pitchers.
Left-hander for the Braves.
Never heard of him.
He is it's the largest guarantee in baseball history for a left-handed pitcher.
Never heard of him.
Which
You've
is kind
never
of
heard of
oddly
Max
specific.
Fried? It is. It's a baseball stat.
I heard
They
the
get
name. I
pedantic.
don't know who he is though. He's a pitcher, a left-handed pitcher.
He won.
good
So where's he
starting
going
pitcher.
to? Where's he going? The Braves?
No, he's
The
going
Yankees.
from the Braves to the New York Yankees.
Congrats to the Yankees on getting a free agent.
He won a
That's
World
nice.
Series, Josh.
With the Braves
Yes.
Yes, he did.
in 2021, I think.
A couple of years ago.
Yes.
There you go. That's cool. And what is the other baseball news?
The Rockies get the 4th draft pick.
Nobody cares. Oh my gosh.
Well, they now do a draft lottery. Did you know this? Like the NBA?
What?
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
they do a draft lottery.
Wow, this could be a new segment. John and Nick tell Josh about baseball news, and I react and just say, "What?"
Now, Nick sounded happy that the Rockies are getting the 4th pick. The Rockies had the best odds to get the 1st pick.
Yep.
So they ended up with the 4th pick.
I'm
The Washington Nationals ended up with the 1st pick.
I'm happy that it's not worse than 4th. 4th is still.
You
can
should be
still-
mad because they should have gotten at least 1st or 2nd.
They should have, but it doesn't matter who they grab because they're going to ruin them anyway.
With that kind of attitude, why do you follow these people?
I don't know, John. I love them.
Damn it, the Cubs are picking 17th.
Oh no.
That sucks.
Yep.
We're right in the damn middle. Right behind Minnesota.
Oh,
right behind
the Cubs are
Minnesota.
mid.
Right behind damn Minnesota.
Minnesota.
More like Minnesota. Am I right?
Heyo.
We're Josh's Red Sox.
And the White Sox. The White Sox, who are the worst team in baseball, are picking 10th.
It's weird that they're not higher up. They should give the worst team the automatic first pick,
They
and
should.
then they can do the lottery.
They should. It's Washington, the Angels, Seattle, Rockies, Cardinals, 1 through 5. Picking last, the Dodgers.
All right. So are we going to do some NFL now when we return?
Dodgers
Some
don't need to
power
draft
rankings, and we flush this baseball talk down the toilet.
Why would we want to flush the baseball talk?
If you ever tried to flush a baseball, it's going to flood everything, Josh.
Or it will just spin around and the water would go down.
Let's go
Well,
test it quick.
We will do the power rankings, but I did want to update folks on
You're bored?
No, I'll do that more during the break.
Nice.
On the ticket market
Oh,
for the playoff games and for the Pinstripe Bowl. The cheapest price right now, get-in price, according to StubHub, is $71. You would be sitting basically in the outfield bleachers, which is in the corner of one of the end zones. It's for $71.
that's not bad. It's an arm and a leg to get there.
I don't know what I would see again, because you're in a baseball stadium and the 50-yard line seats are essentially the seats where the foul poles are.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So you're further away from the field because you got a lot of green between you and the sideline.
Mm-hmm.
Those are going for $189 for the Pinstripe Bowl Classic.
Well,
The bad boy mowers? There's a lawn mowers.
I think it's Bad Boy Moore.
I did look up the college football playoff locations.
Okay.
Right now, it appears as if the Notre Dame-Indiana game is the hottest ticket.
Makes sense. They have barely played in the last 50 some odd years.
The cheapest get-in price for Notre Dame Stadium is $708. And you don't even get a look at Touchdown Jesus because he's at your back.
I've said it before. Every home game will now be the biggest football game that each of these stadiums have ever hosted. And Notre Dame has had a 1 versus 2, but this is do or die. You win and you're done. This is the biggest home game in that stadium's history.
Well, it may not be as big at Penn State, where the cheapest get-in price is only $95.
Wow, that's a surprise.
$95. This is definitely the least hottest ticket for Penn State and SMU, again, according to StubHub. For Ohio State and Tennessee, in the Horseshoe, cheapest get-in price right now in the Horseshoe end of Ohio Stadium is $266. And finally, for Texas and Clemson, at Darrell K. Royal Memorial Stadium. Cheapest get-in price, $211. You're sitting way up in the enclosed end of the stadium, but $211 in the end zone. There you go. That's what these ticket prices are going for right now.
Very cool.
I thought, kind of curious.
Just in case people are wanting to go?
No, just to give you an idea of what kind of demand is out there.
How wild
right
is
now.
that the bowl game for Nebraska is like $30 cheaper than the Penn State playoff game? I'd rather go to the playoff game.
I mean, if you're going to be in New York.
What are you doing? What was that little smirk saying? What are you trying to say?
It's easier to get in and out of New York than it is Happy Valley.
It certainly is.
And you don't have to watch Penn State.
Yeah.
Or State Penn.
Also, you're going to be spending an arm and a leg to get to New York and while you're in New York, so this is probably nice for people. Going to the big city for the first time.
I wonder how much SMU has deflated the market there at Happy Valley.
Yeah, there was a world where that would have been Bama. And that ticket would have been a little bit more than $90.
Yeah, and I don't know that there are a lot of SMU fans who travel.
No, probably not. Let's see. Tony says, what's the most expensive ticket right now? It's the Indiana Notre Dame.
It's Notre Dame, Indiana, by far.
Get-in price is $700.
Yeah.
And that's a cheap option.
Yeah, the cheapest at Ohio State and Texas are in the 200s. So it's basically 3 times to get into the Notre Dame, Indiana game.
Yeah.
Good on you, Kurt Signetti, for inflating the ticket price.
Nice. Thanks, Coach Sigs.
Our NFL power rankings, our content, and
wow, so much
more on Josh's delicious pot roast.
Nice.
On 1620 The Zone. All right, now the board is complete. Didn't mention, we forgot about Simpson, eh? Bill Simpson is back, folks. Going to be coaching the outside linebacker / the edge dudes. 1019 the edge. We're going to call him the 1019 the edge coach in honor of what our
You're just
FM frequency used to be.
handing out nicknames left and right already.
I think that'd be great. I mean, if they want corporate sponsorship, they should be the 1019 the edge line, even though it's not the edge anymore.
A lot of edge talk today.
We love it.
Time for our top and bottom 5. Last time we did this 3 weeks ago, we agreed on 5 teams. There was just a slight change in the order between the 3rd and the 4th place teams. But we both had Detroit, number 1. Buffalo, number 2. I had the Chiefs, followed by the Steelers, followed by the Eagles. Josh had the Steelers, followed by the Chiefs, followed by the Eagles. So, not a lot of dispute.
No, real quick. Henry says, hey, Bishop, tell Tweederson to give Michael Severe his laugh back. I used to listen when Tweederson started and Michael was doing the show, and he has the same laugh. Do I have the same laugh? Everyone says I laugh like Kamala. Does Michael Severe also laugh like Kamala?
Cackle like Kamala?
That's what people say. People don't like laughing anymore. Imagine if Nick Baugh was doing Schick and Nick in this era. They'd say he's Kamala left and right. I like laughing. I don't think I laugh like Michael at all. Do you?
I think I'd need you to drink more wine if you're going to sound like Kamala.
Okay. Can't believe we don't like laughter.
No, I like laughter.
Okay.
I like your laugh, Josh.
Thanks.
I don't think it doesn't sound like Michael.
I didn't think so either. Did you read both of ours or just yours? I had the
I just mentioned we just had 3 and 4 flipped.
Yeah, okay.
And today,
what do we have?
We have the same 5 teams, but in different order again. And this time the order is different in spots 2, 3, 4, and 5. We both agree that the Detroit Lions are number 1. Josh has dropped the Bills.
Yeah, they lost. Their defense played like crap.
Bills are bad.
Or maybe they just played a superior offense with the greatest offensive mind in modern football, a Super Bowl winning quarterback, and the people's MVP and Rookie of the Year.
So I'll be honest. I did not know what to do with the rest of the 5. The number 1 is easy. The Lions are the number 1 team. I ended up going with the Eagles number 2, and I don't really feel good about it. But like they keep winning. And I like the AJ Brown stuff after the game, which we haven't talked about.
No.
Again, is the locker room getting weird again in Philadelphia? I don't know, but they have the best running back in the NFL, right? Like they're really good. I guess I'm doing the thing the committee did. I'm rewarding wins. I'm rewarding a record. You have the Vikings above both the Eagles and the Chiefs. Man, am I being too hard on the Vikings?
I'd trust the Vikings right now over both those teams today, now.
I would too.
I did slide I put the Eagles behind. Well, first of all, I didn't drop Buffalo because prior to Sunday, they were tearing through people left and right.
Correct.
I mean, they crushed Frisco. They
Correct.
dominated Kansas City.
Yeah.
Really good. And I mean, Josh Allen's playing out of his bleeding mind right now.
Yeah, it's so obvious.
In my opinion, he's the MVP.
Yeah, he's going to be the MVP.
Yeah, the defense did struggle, but I was reminded today that Matthew Stafford, since joining the Rams, is 12-1 in the month of December.
Wow.
So
interesting.
So I didn't dock them.
Yeah.
And again, this is really about who I trust. I would trust Buffalo to beat Minnesota. I would trust Minnesota to beat Philly. I'd trust Philly right now to beat Kansas City, and that's why I went in that order.
Yeah, I guess the thing that I worry about, and I guess in particular with Buffalo versus Philly or Philly versus any of the other teams, is that run game is really good. And so even though the locker room is weird, and even though Sirianni is a freak, they have Saquon Barkley, and like they have a really good offensive line, and they have all these weapons. I don't trust a quarterback. I trust the quarterback of, for sure, teams that I have ranked 3 and 4 above Jalen Hurts. Don't really know where I come out of the Darnold versus Hurts, debate. We'll find out maybe in the playoffs. This was hard. This was, of all the top 5s that you and I have done this year, this was easily the most difficult that I found, because I think that you really could shuffle those 4. I mean, on the other hand, we have the Chiefs at 4, me, 5, you, and it's like, they're the best record in the league. Like, are we being idiots for having them that low? Like, you could definitely make an argument. I know Chiefs fans would, that they should be number 1. And some would say
Detroit has been playing the best. A friend of the Grum Aaron Schatz. I don't know. Yeah, I do have it.
Yeah, where are they at in DVOA?
So this is DVOA goes back to 1979. This is
Nice.
his SP Plus. This is his K Ford. I mean, he is the man behind.
For the record,
this.
he is the Godfather.
He is
SP
the
Plus was born out of this.
Yeah.
Of DVOA.
Yeah. Aaron Schatz, he's Anakin. Everyone else is his apprentice. But
nice.
So these are the best NFL teams in his DVOA rankings through 13 games.
Mm-hmm.
And the Lions on this list are 10th.
10. Yeah.
The undefeated Patriots of 07, then the 91 Washington R-Words.
Nice.
85 Bears, 98 Broncos.
Super Bowl.
Last year's 49ers.
Lost the Super Bowl.
2012 Patriots.
Didn't make the Super Bowl.
95 Cowboys.
Won the Super Bowl.
95 49ers.
Didn't win the Super Bowl.
2004 Patriots.
Won the Super Bowl.
And then the Lions.
Yeah.
These were the best through 13 games. So it's unquestionable in my mind that the Detroit Lions are the best team in football today.
Patrick writes, no 97 Vikings. You're thinking of 98, but no, they're, I believe, if I remember right, their defense weighed them down in terms of not being like.
Yeah, I don't know where they are in
among the goats.
Proximity on this list.
Now, their offense is spectacular. But I'm guessing you also have the defense number or the Chiefs numbers here, John, in terms of having a record like they do. And where
I
they
don't.
rank.
I didn't.
Okay.
I didn't.
Because, yeah,
have
their
it.
DVOA ranking is low. And look, some people say that stuff's fake. Jerry writes, the Bills are 4-3 on the road. They go to 500 losing at Detroit. That is one of the things now that they are suddenly, they're not locked into the 2 seed because they do so on the tiebreaker, but they have no margin for error. And that is the issue because we talked about yesterday. Chiefs have a brutal schedule. They have the Browns who are frisky. Then they have the Texans who are, I don't know, they're fine. But then they have the Steelers, and that's a road game. And then they finish at Denver. And Denver is obviously playing good football too. So 3 of their final 4 are on the road. But the Bills screwed it up by losing. And now they have no margin of error. They have to win out, I think.
Our bottom 5. Now, when we did this 3 weeks ago, Josh was in full emo mode, thinking that the Cowboys were the worst team in football.
To be fair, they were at the time. They were playing so
they
bad.
Were not.
They were so bad.
They were not.
They were so bad.
You had the Panthers. You had the Jags. You had the Titans. You had the Raiders.
Neither of us had the Panthers in there back then.
Yeah, we had a lot of differing opinions. I had Cleveland in there. You had the Jets in there.
Yeah, we were all over the place.
We were all over the place. Little more unanimity in this week's bottom 5. The Giants are the woat.
They stink. Wow, look at all of this.
The Raiders are the second woat.
Yeah.
The Titans are the third woat.
Now you have the Jags.
I do have the Jags. Jags are bad.
They suck.
They are terrible, and they don't have Trevor Lawrence anymore.
Fair. Very good argument. Yeah, I went with the Patriots at 29.
There are so many bad teams to choose from.
I know.
I did not put the Panthers or the Browns in there because I think they're playing good.
Browns beat the Steelers, and the Panthers are frisky now. Like they took the Chiefs to the end of the
and
game,
they took the Eagles,
and
to
they took
the
the
end.
Eagles. Like you can't put them in the bottom 5. They're playing better football right now.
I almost thought about putting the Bears in just kind of as a
and I did
an honorary.
I put them in because that performance on Sunday
Yeah.
was trash, horrible. They were almost 5-2. If their defensive back, instead of waving to the crowd, if he's playing defensive back, maybe he knocks it down. They moved to 5-2. Instead, they are now 4-9. 4-9. They're almost 5-2.
I use that spot for the Jets, who
very fair,
have extended their playoff-less streak to
suck.
umpteen thousand years. But again, there's many great bad teams to choose from.
Yeah, shout out to the NFL. You have some good teams and you also have some trash teams. Travis writes, sure would be a shame if Denver ruined the Chiefs' chances of securing the 1 seed in the last game of the season. How about Stibbs' take that the Broncos are going to beat them in the playoffs? Can you imagine Mike Stibbs and the Denver Broncos fans standing up saying, we did it. We took down the king. We might have to invite him on the show for the send-off with Mitch Holtis. Oh, speaking of, Mike Stibbs filling in for John next Wednesday.
Whoa.
Yep.
On Mitch Holtis Day.
On Mitch Holtis Day of all days. So that should be glorious.
Oh, boy.
Stay tuned for that next week.
Oh, boy.
Mm-hmm.
So there you go. There's our top and bottom 5s. We'll review at the end of the regular season.
I was just going to say, should we start doing it every week now, but you want to wait? That's
we can do it every week.
Now, we're running out of college football content because the season's done, sadly.
No, it's not.
Gotta
There's
look to next
playoff
year.
games, and
Can't
there's
wait for
all those meaningless bowl games.
2025.
All those,
Jeremiah, charging my phone upside down so the graphic looks great. It's a fun little trick.
yeah, you know, they deserve it. They're bad franchises. Very bad franchises. And one of them is going to end up drafting Shedeur Sanders.
That's true.
So
that's true.
Have fun with that. Shedeur.
Yes. Oh, Joey? Yeah, I saw that too.
Joey Colbert, our fine producer here at 1620 The Zone, our resident Packer fan, who is very hyper aware of who the officiating is.
No matter the sport, John.
They have already announced the officials for next week, and Joey is not happy that Omaha's own Clete Blakeman is on the Packers Seahawks game.
Yeah, people forget that he lives in Omaha.
Why does he call him coin flipping Clete?
I don't know. See,
is that just because he flips a coin at the beginning
Joey
of the game?
and you are very much like each other. You have weird nicknames.
I like it. It's a funny nickname.
Clete.
Coin flipping Cleat.
All the rest.
It could be like an off-brand, Two-Face.
Nice.
You know, like if you have a hat, if you got
The
a
coin
like
flipper.
the great value brand Batman, his arch enemy is coin flipping.
He flips a
Cleat.
Chuck E. Cheese token.
You remember when George H.W. flipped the coin and it just like went up and down and there was no flipping
No.
involved?
Well, that's because these damn coins are so big anymore.
Brett,
just give him a freaking quarter.
Brett in Minnesota texts in, holy crap, never thought about it now, but I can't unhear it. Josh laugh equals severe laugh.
It's not the
No.
same.
This is fake news. The
Michael,
fake
call
news-
right now and laugh.
The fake news commenters would have you believe Michael Severe and I have the
I
same
mean, there
laugh.
is a similarity in that there's a lot of 2-syllable ha-has. But
sometimes Josh just
the
does,
voice, the
"Ha,
pitch.
ha."
Yeah, no.
Does
not
Michael do
Michael.
that? Michael doesn't do that. Michael doesn't like laughing.
He laughs.
That was my thought, too. Travis writes, if you think I'm insufferable when Nebraska ball beats Creighton, get ready because if Denver beats Casey in the playoffs, it will be next level.
Travis, don't underestimate yourself. You're insufferable all the time.
Nice.
Hey, he's the only
All
other
the time.
Rockies fan that other than upstairs Josh.
Well, that's enough right there to disqualify.
There's 3 of us at least.
Man, if the Chiefs lost to the Broncos, that would be so funny.
That would be hilarious.
The celebration when the Chiefs go down, whenever it is,
Well,
maybe
okay,
it's in 20 years.
let's flesh this out because
Instead of the prince that was promised, he's the Knicks that was promised.
so they're likely the 7 seed.
Yep.
Which means they're playing.
They'd have to be the 2 seed Chiefs if you want it in round 1. So the Chiefs would have to lose
Yeah.
one of the games before they beat them in week
Yeah.
18, and then they beat them again the next week.
Well,
So
maybe the Bronco fan is anticipating that Denver is playing them in the AFC Championship.
Or that's true. You know, the other scenario, John, is if Pittsburgh beats them and then they are the 2, they could theoretically also fall to the 3. The Chiefs could, if the right things were to happen. You'd have to have a lot of stuff. You'd have to have a lot of stuff.
So Denver's first round playoff game would be against the 2 seed.
If they're the 7,
Unless
they were able to get up to the 6.
they're likely to be the 7, right?
I don't know who owns a tiebreaker between them and the Go Chargers. Go.
Yeah, good point. They could be the 6.
Because they got boat raced by the
would
Ravens.
be funny.
Right? Let's see. I'm looking at the playoff stuff.
It would be funny.
So the Chargers right now own the tiebreaker because of the head-to-head. So they only played once, though. Do they still have another game? They do. They play next Thursday. Wow, that'll be a Chargers Broncos? What a game. Who knew before the season? Dude, Thursday has some bangers this year.
Yeah, they do.
Wow, that could be a huge matchup.
Yeah, they do.
All right. Well, there you go. Maybe that game is for the 6. Travis adds, Bo Nix shall deliver us to the promised land.
Bo Nix.
Mm-hmm.
People forget the Broncos, when the Chiefs first thought they had a shot at the Super Bowl, got derailed by John Elway in Arrowhead Stadium.
I remember that game.
Oh, I remember that game.
Bo Nix, kind of a sleeper, right? Like nobody expected him to be
not this good in year 1. No, definitely not.
Well, coming up in content,
what do we got?
I got some point spread talk. And maybe a reason why Juan Soto ended up a Met and not a Yankee.
Well, we'll find out next.
Yeah, kind of. But you'll find out next. 1620 The Zone.
Look, I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
Money Chris has some takes on the
on what?
On the new coaching hires.
Uh-oh.
My God, could those three names have been more meh? Talk about all the excitement of a wet blanket. Chris was hoping that, of course, Nebraska would go out and spend $4 million apiece on all those.
Sorry,
guys.
Chris.
I mean, this was kind of in the works from the beginning, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Also, at least two of them. I obviously we didn't know about the Terrence Braden.
Terry Bradshaw.
Nice.
Also, I missed this email from earlier. David emailed in. So, in summation, Quinn Ewers in Indiana equals brisket. Overrated.
No.
Or mid.
No.
Or
Indiana's
something.
in the playoff.
Yeah. Quinn Ewers, yes. Indiana, no.
If last night's loss wasn't horrifying enough for Josh, Troy Aikman was on 105.3 in Dallas yesterday and said he expects Mike McCarthy back next season. Josh, are you happy?
No. This was the worst. So, I've told the
first
story.
North Carolina's going to take your coach off the market. And
No, I don't want Bill. He's old.
Stuck with McCarthy.
I've told this before. You wake up and you remember what happened the night before or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I woke up, I had to go to the bathroom, and it hit me in the middle of
midstream.
It did. That the Cowboys lost and how they lost. And I shook my head. Holding my junk.
You watched The
shaking my
Simpsons
head.
do it?
I did not watch that. No.
You think that would have made it worse?
Yes. John, the thing I'm holding on to is that there's this reporter named Clarence Hill, and my junk, who has been on the train that they are not. There's no way he's coming back. I'm going to put my faith in Clarence. He's covered the Cowboys since 97. He is the
Poor
reason.
bastard.
Seriously,
Josh.
got there when they started turning to crap.
Josh, guy's named Clarence. Handshake.
Who's the other Clarence?
Clarence Thomas.
No, Nick, not Clarence Thomas. Just Clarence Hill.
To make matters worse, Josh.
Yeah?
Linebacker.
Clarence is behind me. Oh, hey, Clarence Thomas. Nice to see you.
DeMarvion Overshown is out for the season with a knee injury, and the Carolina Panthers are favored over Dallas. It's been 2 years since Carolina was favored in a regular season game. Just any game.
Yeah.
Would you bet on Carolina at -1.5?
Is this for both of us, or is this just for me again?
It can be for both.
No, I would not bet on Carolina.
Oh, GBR or Go Cowboys, says John?
No, I would not bet on Carolina. Just because they played teams close doesn't mean they know how to win.
That's true. They're like Nebraska in the
they
Scott
played
Frost
the
and
Bucs
Matt Rule
close and they
era.
lost. So now, of course, we're counting on Dallas not to, have a play that is as ridiculous as last night.
Yeah, I'd probably bet on Carolina, mainly because
no, Leon Lett!
The season's over.
That was the other part of the Leon Lett play. Because as I was describing it earlier, the camera switches away. It's showing Jared Jones celebrating, and then he's like, and so the announcers, Dick Enberg and Bob Trumpy, don't know who touched the ball.
Sports, Bob.
And,
Bob is Trumpy.
And so they're showing the replay, and they're like, all right, well, let's see what happens here. Okay, the dude in the line, he tips it, it goes forward, and as soon as Bob Trumpy sees it, it's 78, which is Leon Lett's number. He goes, Leon Lett! Oh, no!
Bad times. That team won the Super Bowl. Maybe this team will win the Super Bowl.
Are they mathematically eliminated yet?
No, not yet.
They should be.
They'd have to win out. They'd have to go 9-8.
They'd have to win out and need a lot of help.
Yeah.
A lot of
Well,
help.
just a little bit of help. They would just need to match the record of Washington.
There's only...
They beat Washington.
Not just... Okay, you got the Rams ahead of them. You got the Cardinals ahead of them. You got the... There are a lot of teams ahead of them.
I forgot about all those other teams.
Yeah.
Yikes.
Yeah, typical Cowboy fan. Don't know anything else about the rest of the league. Just about your stupid team.
Interesting.
Meanwhile, in baseball, more baseball. I love baseball.
This is the first baseball reference in content, Nick.
John Heyman is reporting that the Yankees wouldn't budge on giving Juan Soto a suite at Yankee Stadium, feeling that it wouldn't be done when Aaron Judge and Derek Jeter paid for their suites. Steve Cohen included a Citi Field suite for Soto's family in his Mets deal. Are the Yankees that dumb?
Is this the reason? I don't.
Can you imagine that if it's because of a suite?
I don't think this would be the reason. I mean, when you're talking about your future and you're talking about the money you're making and what the franchise has planned for you and what they plan to build around you. I mean, sure, it's an ego thing. It can be a tipping point, but I don't think this was the tipping point. So, I don't know. I there might have been other things. I think there probably were other things involved with Juan Soto and not wanting to choose the Yankees.
There was also a report of somebody who works for the Yankees that said something to Juan Soto at the beginning of the season that Juan Soto didn't like. He didn't sit right with him.
That would be amazing if it was a long play because of a comment that somebody gave to him back at the beginning of the year.
Some dude who works at the organization.
Yeah.
You have anything else to add?
I hope that it's for this reason, because that'd be funny. If it was literally a suite. And didn't the Yankees have an extra year, and so the money was cheaper, even though it's like the same amount of money? It's like, Yankees, what are you doing? I don't know.
Stuart Mandel ranked the likelihood of every college football playoff national championship matchup, and Oregon, Georgia came out on top. Georgia, Texas, a potential third game between the two programs, was third. How do you think America would respond to them playing a third time?
I don't think they'd respond very well.
No.
I don't think they'd respond very well. Now, what would be interesting, of course, is like we see rematches in the NFL and the playoffs, and it doesn't make us less excited, right?
No.
Like we've seen three-time matchups all the time.
But you don't see three-time matchups for the Super Bowl.
Correct. Now, the difference between that or between this and the olden times in college football is that they would have to earn their way. This would not be because of pollsters or anything like that. But part of it, too, is like the teams aren't really sexy right now.
No, they're not.
So I think that people I'd of course watch. I love football. It's the last game of the season. I would be less than interested though compared to a lot of other matchups that I would much rather see.
Friends, you don't have to worry about it.
Oregon, Notre Dame, baby.
Because Georgia ain't making it out of the
Bingo.
quarterfinals.
They're losing. They're going one and done.
To the Irish, baby.
Here come the Irish. Here come the Irish. Official
Here
Irish
come the
show.
Irish.
Let's get a Notre Dame guest on the Grum, Nick.
Oh, I know one. I can get that guy. Remember that dude who's super stoked about Notre Dame and the Broncos?
Imagine how super stoked he is now.
Man, that guy's such a homer. Yeah, that guy's a massive homer.
I
Maybe
have
we
his
get
number.
him on in January to do a Broncos celebration and Notre Dame preview.
Oh, that could be fun.
It's a celebration.
The celebration!
The number one ranked recruit in college basketball, AJ
DeBansa,
committed to BYU. What in the name of Brigham Young is going on here? Do the Mormons even like basketball?
They do. I've been to BYU for a game, and they packed the place for an NIT game. They're pretty passionate. It's a nice little arena, too. Shouldn't even say little. It's like 17,000 seats.
That's big.
Nice.
Jinx.
Damn it.
I mean,
soda
this
boy.
This is NIL, baby.
There's a lot of soda in the back.
This is NIL going on here. And
from the Mormons?
Oh, yeah.
Should be MIL.
In fact, the folks
Mormon
on the
image likeness?
The folks on the Field of Six podcast, there was a quote from their coverage this morning. I think you can expect AJ, when you add up all the money he will make with NIL revenue and deals, it will be in the $5 million range.
Holy God!
A lot of
To which
millions.
others have questioned that it's not that high. Remember, when it comes to any of these numbers that anybody is quoting, it's all BS. It's all smoke and mirrors because no one's going to tell you the actual number because they don't have to. And it's in their best interest to either make themselves sound bigger than they are or make it sound like someone's not making as much. So, I mean, it's a lot. You know, it's seven figures.
Of course. That's weird. Their coach left for Kentucky, and now players are still going there. Figured he'd want to go to Kentucky.
Well, but
That's
the guy they hired, Kevin Young, was an NBA coach for a decade. So there's that.
That's true. That's true.
So
DePaul hasn't won a Big East men's basketball game in 2 years, but they are favored tonight versus Providence.
What?
Does the streak stop here? Is this a good bet of the day? Rip, I forgot what bet of the day was for a second.
We
you
did
forgot bet of the day?
You don't know what bet of the day is?
No, I forgot about bet of the day.
John, what the hell's going on? Is Providence that stinky? DePaul
well,
minus
they haven't
1.5?
been great, but DePaul's been good. They won 7 straight to start the season. You know, they got a new coach, Chris Holtman, the old Ohio State coach. They're better.
Are they?
Now,
give me Providence, baby. Bet of the day.
This is why I think Providence will win, because Bryce Hopkins has just recently returned from the knee injury that knocked him out last January. and this will be his third game back. So yeah, the
Folks.
wrong team is favored.
The wrong
Give me the Friars
Wrong kid died.
and the mascot that is a striking resemblance to
Nick.
Purdue Pete.
Oh, thank God for DePaul. That's what people used to say.
Nice.
Did you see that white powder on the ground this morning, guys?
Oh.
Wow, Josh spilled his supply again.
It was not what John wishes it was.
Interesting.
It was actually snow.
Oh, no.
And a bit of ice.
Oh, no.
And some sleet.
Oh, no.
It was kind of bad to drive in this morning.
Was
I
it?
hated
I had to check. It was fine for me. I didn't do my workout today. I had 4 miles at threshold pace. I decided to do that tomorrow.
I got off of Dodge and I took Hoppy Hollow to Cass and
Sure.
usually come that way. That
Yeah.
was all ice.
Really?
I didn't have grip basically at all.
Pretty annoying. No, you didn't finish the question, Nick.
Yep. How soon until a storm's so big we finish Mount Happer? Or we get Mount Happer?
Yeah, so the extended forecast does have a little wintry mix over the weekend, which is annoying as hell. But then it's going to get into the 40s and 50s again. I don't know, boys. I don't think it's going to happen until January. Maybe the day that you have to drive to the airport to go fly. That's what I'll say.
Be great.
January
You
2nd,
scumbag.
a massive
I hope the
snowstorm
next-
hits Omaha.
I hope the next pot roast you eat is underdone and you get sick from
Oh,
it.
medium rare pot roast sounds great to me.
Can you get sick from pot roast?
Not if it's medium rare. It's still beef. It's
What if
all
it
beef.
comes from
Not
a
even
mad
if it's
cow?
under-
Well,
I mean,
that
then-
would be a bummer.
You know,
Yeah,
I
you
hope
get
Then
mad
you'd have a
cow
new
disease.
co-host, John. Is that what you
I
want?
hope Marissa shops at the Mad Cow store for your next pot
You know what?
roast.
If you get
And
mad,
then you'll ask, gee, Marissa, why aren't you eating your pot roast? I didn't feel like it, but please have some more. Oh, this is delicious.
If you
and
get-
then the next morning you wake up drooling and mooing like a mad cow.
I'll be mooing.
if you get mad cow, I can take your place, and John and I can finally turn this into a baseball show.
John doesn't even want that.
Well,
All
I mean, we could
baseball.
talk more baseball than we normally do.
Why would you do that? Don't you want our listeners to listen to us?
Well,
We'll talk about Nebraska baseball.
Do you
too.
know what would happen? Jed, who has been here since day one, if you started being a baseball show,
It's not going to be
Jed
a
would say,
baseball show.
Bye, Felicia.
It's not, first of all, very problematic. Secondly,
Can't say Felicia anymore? What happened with Bye, Felicia?
Secondly, it's not going to turn into a baseball show.
Interesting. Thank God.
And Jed soldered his radio to 1620. He can't switch it to
Thank
another
God,
station.
Jed. We appreciate
He's
you,
trapped
bro.
in here with us?
Yeah.
Nice.
Got very sticky. He just kind of stuck the dial right on 1620. Stuck on us. We're stuck with him, and he's stuck with us. But no, we're not going to turn it into a baseball show.
Yet.
No matter how much Jed wants us to.
But you know what we will turn it into?
A What's for Dinner show?
Yes.
Nice.
Where Josh will wax poetic about his delicious pot roast.
Oh, yeah.
Again.
And I'm on my own tonight, so what am I having?
Oh, gee.
Find
Leftover
out
pot roast.
next.
If there's there leftover pot roast?
There is, yeah.
You know what you need to do? You get some. You
Spoilers.
Get, no,
Yeah,
you-
yeah, yeah.
no,
Let's
no,
get to this
no.
next.
Okay, well, 1620 zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first. He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
Well, I know it's not going to be leftover enchilada casserole because that was last night, and there's no more leftover enchilada casserole. So I'm not really sure what's on the docket tonight.
Well, maybe you could hang out with Jeremiah, who's having garlic flatbread with pesto, baked chicken, sun-dried tomatoes, artichoke, and mozz.
That sounds delicious.
Love sun-dried tomatoes.
Or Travis, I'll be making some lemony orzo with blackened chicken tonight.
Oh.
And Charles says large Domino's, beef, and mushroom. Leftovers for you, boy. But it's going to be vodka pasta leftovers. I got you. I'll have the pot roast tomorrow.
Where did the vodka pasta come from?
We had that a couple days ago.
But you got to
finish it off.
Get a couple of slices of bread and you make a hot beef sandwich.
People were saying this earlier. My friend group was saying this, or maybe that was our listeners saying
You can put the
hot
gravy.
hot beef sandwiches.
You got to have the gravy. You
Hot
get
beef sandwiches.
you get the open face, a couple slices of bread.
The
pile
beef.
on the potatoes, pile on the beef,
Yes.
pile on the gravy.
Oh, my God.
Make sure you got lots and lots of gravy.
What do you have in there?
Miso soup.
Oh, interesting.
Miso what?
Soup. Miso soup.
I don't think you could do that in 2024, Nick.
I was just saying miso soup.
Interesting. Though I guess you can. You're allowed to do whatever you want now. Nick keeps talking about his generation, how it's like, no, we don't say those words anymore. Nick, I think that your generation says all this stuff again.
Twitter tells me
Yes,
otherwise.
we can say things again.
John, it's back. By the way, earlier I said that Nebraska and all college football players should announce their return to the program so then we can cross them off the portal list. Vincent Shavers must be a friend of the Grum because he announced he's back, folks.
You think he's Harry? His last name's Shavers.
Oh, good Lord.
You are a freak. Why don't you do that voice again, Nick?
Nah.
You're not allowed to get canceled anymore in 2024. You'll be fine. Say whatever you want to say. Maybe say that one word.
Soup.
Interesting. So Vincent Shavers is back. John, your thoughts?
Cool. Good.
Man, I'm pumped to use this mug tomorrow.
I hope it works.
It's a mug.
Well, I know, but
I
I
would
mean,
love
I
to
mean,
drink tea.
I mean, the
out of that.
idea is
It keeps it warm.
Yeah.
I'm not going to keep the lid on. That'll keep it too warm. So I will have the lid off. For my coffee, I don't want a lid on my coffee.
You might.
I'm going to have this tomorrow
I
morning.
would.
Look at that.
The best thing about those Yetis is that lid is magnetic.
I
That
love
little
these.
tab
Yeah, you know you can
comes
take
off.
that off. Did you know that?
Yeah, I know.
Oh, okay.
Right there.
And then it's fun to put it back on.
I've never taken mine off.
Yeah.
I didn't know it. I didn't
Because
know
one time I dropped it, I was like,
that.
no, I broke
freaked
it.
out.
And then I was like,
freaked
oh,
out.
wait, never mind. It's fine.
It's a
I had no idea.
Uh-huh.
Blew my mind.
What do we have tomorrow, John?
Schaefer,
Shavers? Oh.
Holtis,
Oh.
debates.
Nice. No Sipple. Nick said, I don't want to talk to you this week, Steve.
Yeah.
Bye, Steve.